Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our live weather coverage here. Meteorologist Joseph Pisani, ExtremeWeatherVideos.com. We have a ongoing severe weather outbreak that we're really starting to see ramp up today. Let's kind of get right into it. We have some ongoing tornado warnings as well as severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing across Minnesota today. So let's dive right into what we're looking at here for this afternoon and this evening. We've got quite a busy day ahead. So here's kind of a look at the big picture on the radar, what we're seeing here. So we've got these warnings here in Minnesota. We already have a tornado warning here just southwest of St. Cloud, Minnesota. This warning here continues here for about another 15 minutes. This is radar indicator rotation there. This goes till 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Meeker, southeastern Stearns, and northwestern Wright counties there in Minnesota. This storm is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So this will be approaching the Interstate 94 corridor as well as Highway 15, which is basically what it's about to cross right now. So this will be approaching the Clearwater area, eventually up toward Clear Lake, probably staying south of St. Cloud, not in that warning yet, up here toward Luxembourg as well. So that is one tornado warning that we have. We also have this line of storms here off to the south as well. And you'll actually hear on today's live stream, you will have our team members that will be on here. You'll hear the warnings and different alerts that will be coming through. So if you hear that in the background, that is intentional. That is over on our Zello channel. You can go to Zello.com and download the Zello app. And we do broadcast those warnings and alerts over there, as well as have discussion.
Max Delta 71 on that
and that is Rob there that you hear talking about that. So you'll hear me talking to him as well. Through our Zello channel this afternoon. Yeah, that rotation, Rob, on that storm is actually starting to pick up a little bit here on this tornado warning storm up here coming into Clearwater that we've been talking about. We're also, again, live here on YouTube right now, as well as our Facebook page covering this. So folks, be sure to check that out as well. But yeah, Rob, definitely keep us posted on anything that you see here on the radar. Thank you, sir.
Copy that, Joey. But yeah, if you are east of Kimball, north of South Haven, you need to be in your shelters. We'll be heading to the northeast here, so be advised for that. Clearwater, like we said earlier, will be later on in here in a bit. Joey, new update. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Kimball, 15 miles south of St. Cloud, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This has hazard of tornado ping pong ball size hail. This is radar indicated at this time. This will be near St. Cloud, Wake Park, Clearwater, Kimball, Luxembourg, South Haven, St. Augusta, Fairhaven, and Pleasant Lake.
10-4 on that, sir. Yeah, that's this storm here south of that tornado warning there. I see it there. So it's going to be a long day, folks, as we continue to see these storms ramp up here in and around the Minneapolis area. Keeping an eye on this storm here also off to the due west of Minneapolis. I think that one might eventually here go warned as well. So thank you, Rob.
You're welcome. Copy.
Good afternoon again, everyone. If you're just now tuning in, we are live here as well now on Facebook, as well as our YouTube channel, covering this ongoing severe weather, and really it's going to potentially be a pretty prolific tornado outbreak here today. We already have one tornado warning that we're keeping an eye on. This is approaching the Interstate 94 corridor, very dangerous storm that we have here. You can see the couplet here, basically just off to the west-southwest of Clearwater. That is going to be approaching the Clearwater area. So folks in Clearwater and here along Interstate 94 need to be taking your tornado precautions.
Out for western Oklahoma, west central Texas until 11 p.m. Hazards, a couple of tornadoes possible. Scattered large hail isolated, very large hail up to 3 inches diameter likely. Scattered damaging winds likely isolated gusts up to 75 miles per hour possible. Thunderstorms will intensify rapidly this afternoon in a very unstable environment. Very large hail and damaging winds are the primary threat. However, there is some concern for a few tornadoes during the early evening. Be advised.
So yeah, there is that new watch that Rob, I believe, was just talking about. Let's see if we can pull that up here. So here are the watches that we're talking about. Yes, this is that newest watch that is now up here. So yeah, that really does go all the way there in to western Wisconsin. So we got those tornado watches, and this is that new watch down here in Oklahoma and back into Texas that we have. We have this severe thunderstorm warning as well down here south of Midland that we're keeping an eye on, and we'll see more storms developing here throughout the day. We'll also be hopefully getting to check in throughout this afternoon, this evening with our storm chaser, Nick Smigo. So be sure to stay tuned in with us here throughout the day for that as well. Also, folks, feel free to jump on the chat this afternoon. Let us know where you're watching from. And be sure to show your support by sending us stars if you're watching on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, you can donate to us. Click the link in the description. Everything that you give does go right to supporting our storm chase team here at Extreme Weather Videos. I'd honestly love to get to do some more disaster relief support and things like that in the future. So that is definitely something that we'll be looking into as well.
Be advised, we have a report of 60 mile per hour thunderstorm wind gusts 5 miles northwest of Jackson in Minnesota, reported by public. Be advised.
So yeah, we're already starting to see some of these storms here coming in now with some of those stronger straight line winds here. I think that was Judson that he said, which would make sense, kind of right out ahead of that line there. Hey, Rob, did you say Judson, Minnesota? Kind of west of Mankato? Pretty sure that's right here on this storm right now. That's severe.
Oh, no, I said Jackson. Jackson, Minnesota. Jackson.
Oh, down here. Here it is. Okay. 10-4. Yeah, I see it now. Just south of Interstate 90. Yeah, so with that line there, that makes sense that we're starting to see some of these stronger reports coming in. Thank you, sir. We can actually turn on our Hascams. I know Ryan Pitt. Yeah, he's up here right now. And let's see if Nick Smigo. Yeah, Nick Smigo's down here. We actually have quite a few people down here in Texas and on the border of Oklahoma. So here's Nick Smigo. Yeah, so he is there right now in Crowell, Texas.
Thunderstorm warning for northwestern Benton, southeastern Morrison, and northeastern Stearns County in Minnesota until 4:45 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located in Royalton or 14 miles south of Little Falls, moving northeast 55 miles per hour. Hazard 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. This will be near Piers, Royalton, Bolus, Lastrup, Rice, Morrow, Buckman, Little Rock, which is in Minnesota, Harding, Genola, Hillman, St. Stephen, and Opole. Be advised.
Yes, there's that new watch that we see was issued. You can see these watches being issued here. I'm going to turn the watches off temporarily for now. Just kind of keep things kind of cleaned up a little bit. Just makes it easier to be able to see the radar with the warnings. Also going to take this full screen as well. Let me get the radar full screen here for you guys.
And we got some more severe weather here for parts of Florida. Madison County, Florida, a new SVR there, and they're in the general risk. So just goes to tell you guys, no matter what risk you're in, always, be wary.
So yeah, we're starting to see this storm system really starting to develop here. This particular warning here is just about to go over the Clearwater, Minnesota area. Let's see what the velocity is looking like. Oh yeah, it's just due west of Clearwater, basically crossing over the interstate right now. Again, this has been radar indicator rotation. It does have a pretty strong couplet, so nothing has been confirmed on the ground with this, but regardless, still the potential that this could drop a tornado really at any moment. So keeping an eye on that storm, as well as this line of storms down here. Yeah, Ryan's out there. I'm pretty sure this is Brett. Brett's out there. Got a good number of people out there today. New severe thunderstorm warning down here in Texas, southeast of Odessa, coming in now for this storm. So that warning goes for 45 minutes. Some big hail with this golf ball size hail already on that storm. A lot of folks hanging up around here on the Wichita Falls area. Like I said, we got Nick Smigo, Michael Baird's out there, as well as Aaron is out there as well.
Tornado warning for the following counties in Minnesota: southeastern Benton, northwestern Sherburne, southeastern Stearns, north central Wright counties, Minnesota, till 4:45 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Clearwater, 10 miles south of St. Cloud, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard: 20.5 size hail. Source is radar indicated rotation. This will be near St. Cloud, Becker, Foley, Clearwater, Clear Lake, Santiago, Glendorado, Dulum, St. Clair Airport, and St. Augusta. Be advised.
Thank you, Rob, for that update there on this Clearwater tornadic storm. Again, not confirmed, but still pretty strong rotation being seen on this storm. So,
considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the following counties in Texas: western Glasscock, southeastern Midland, northwestern Reagan, and northeastern Upton counties until 5 p.m. Severe thunderstorm is located 27 miles north of Rankin, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard: golf ball size hail and 70 mile per hour winds. This will be near Midkiff and St. Lawrence. Be advised.
folks, I'm going to step away and leave you here with Rob for just a little bit. We'll keep an eye on the radar here and continue watching as these warnings coming in here through Minnesota. This line of storms approaching the Minneapolis-St. Paul area right here. Extreme weather videos.
Ten four. Also, just thought I'd read this as well. We have a dust storm warning for eastern Ector and Midland counties in Texas till 4:30 p.m. A dust channel was near Midland International Airport and Spaceport, or near Midland moving northeast 55 miles per hour. Less than a quarter mile visibility with damaging wind in excess of 6 miles per hour is the hazard. Be advised. If you are near Interstate 20 between mile markers 112 142, you need to be watching out for this. A little bit of dynamics here. We're starting to see clear skies in western Iowa as destabilization is even more in the area, which could erode some of the cap in place and form more discrete cells. We'll be watching this area here as we get through the afternoon and evening. Be advised. Ladies and gentlemen, be advised, new tornado warning for southwestern Blue Earth, northwestern Faribault, and central Martin counties in Minnesota till 5 p.m. A confirmed tornado was located near Salem, or 8 miles southwest of Fairmont, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Hazard, damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. This is Weather Spotters confirmed tornado. This will be near Fairmont, Winnebago, Truman, Welcome, Amboy, Ceylon, Grenada, Northrop, Imogene, Fairmont Airport, and Wilbert. Be advised, move to an interior room and take shelter.
All right, so yeah, as you heard Rob just saying, we do have this new tornado warning here. Let's take a look at this one right here. This is it. This is a confirmed tornado here on this storm here. This is, yeah, coming here into the Fairmount. This is going to cross Interstate 90 here, just east of Welcome, between Welcome and Fairmont, and then eventually come up here toward the Grenada area. Looking at the velocities on this, let's flip radars. Maybe we might get a better view of it here off of, this is going to be a tough one to get because it's kind of in between all three radars. There's the Sioux Falls radar. Let's try La Crosse. I'm not sure which office issued that. Well, yeah, there it is. You can see it here on the La Crosse radar pretty well. This is just kind of north of Satan. CEYTO in there. And this is going to be headed right up toward Fairmont in the Interstate 90 corridor. This is a very dangerous situation here coming into the Fairmont area. Man, that thing's got a pretty big hail core on it too up there as well. Come back over here. Trying to see if we can see any sort of CC drop on this. Not super well. But again, this is a Weather Spotters confirmed tornado right here. This goes for another 33 minutes till 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Again, here near Ceylon, 8 miles southwest of Fairmont. This thing's moving pretty fast, too. This is actually moving at 60 miles per hour. So this is right here on crossing 263 right now. Probably about to be moving here into Fairmont in the next 5 to 7 minutes, I'd say. So if you're in Fairmont, there's the new update coming in here on the reflectivity. Yeah, this is going to be moving, unfortunately, looks like pretty much right over the Fairmont area. Welcome, you're getting blasted by some hail over there, and Welcome there, just south of Interstate 90.
Yeah, Sherburne and Welcome, I can really see that rotation.
Yeah. Yes, basically just south of Welcome there.
A lot of hail, too. Definitely some good hail coming down as well.
Yeah, guys, this is going to be coming right over the Fairmont area, I believe. Maybe just on the west side of Fairmont here in the next 5 to 7 minutes. This thing's flying at about 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, I would definitely agree that this is moving very quick. And they kind of said that, too. Because of the low-level jet, a lot of these storms can be moving faster than the usual setup that we have here.
Yeah, this is going to go right over Fairmount.
Elsewhere, we have a report of 1.75-inch hail 10 miles southwest of Midkiff in Upton County, Texas by public. Ping pong, the golf ball size hail reported by public via social media. Time estimated by radar.
I think it's on this storm here. Yeah, that's this storm right here that Rob was just talking about. This Midkiff storm. Yeah, 10-4, Rob. I see that storm you're talking about here. That's going to go up toward Garden City, Texas area. Nick
If you
Smigo,
notice,
he's
this
out there.
supercell's really absorbed a lot of that moisture from those little smaller cells. Like, it's kind of congealing into one big supercell, kind of bringing all that.
Yeah. So here's Nick Smigo. He is out there. I think he's headed south down here, coming down Highway 6. Probably maybe come down here toward Abilene. I'm not exactly sure. I'll have to get in touch with him a little bit later. We were texting back and forth earlier, so I know he's going to be out for a good portion of the day today. It's going to be a long day, folks. I mean, we're going to be having these storms here till 10, 11, maybe even midnight going on here. So let's kind of come back up here real quick. Take a look at this storm here. Yeah, you can really clearly see this. Let me draw this out here. So right in here, here's where that little inflow notch is, right there. And our tornado's probably sitting right about there. So unfortunately, if you are in Fairmont, you need to be taking cover because this is about to be rolling right over the Fairmont area here very, very shortly. It likely will pass just west of the municipal airport, but this is going to go up toward Fairmont, George Lake, Fairmont Estates, down here close to the Mayo Clinic Health System in Fairmont. This is a very dangerous situation here coming into the Fairmont, Minnesota area with this confirmed tornado on this storm right now, moving into Fairmont, Minnesota. And eventually beyond that, this is going to come up through Fairmont and then probably near or just north of Grenada and Northrop. Hold on, let me see what Rob was saying. Hey, Rob, can you repeat that?
This is going to be crossing I-90 into Grenada and Northrop here as it gets more to the northeast. Well, northeast, but yeah, just a heads up.
Yeah, 10-4. That's what I was just talking about. I couldn't quite catch what you said there earlier, but yeah, Fairmont, that intersection here of Interstate 90 and Highway 15 on the north side of Fairmont. It looks like it's passing maybe just on the south, coming into the southwest side of Fairmont right now at this time, most likely.
Yep, looks like this is confirmed. I just got a report on my radar of a possible funnel cloud. This is by Jack Kelly. This is going to be rain. In the rain dissipate right when they first took a glance at it.
10-4 on that, sir. I'm seeing if we've got any updates here. I'm checking socials and stuff like that for this Fairmont storm, seeing if anyone's posted anything yet.
Man, that inflow notch is looking really good. That is definitely a very nice looking embedded supercell there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it looks like that just passed on the west, and now it's basically on the north side of Fairmont. I haven't heard anything about damage, but let's keep our eyes peeled on this for reports and stuff like that, guys.
Copy. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for reports.
Okay, this is now near the intersection of 15 and Interstate 90, it looks like. Big old hail core on the western side of it as well. New severe thunderstorm warning there south of Shakopee. Our Clearwater storm still tornado warned as well. That warning goes for another 6 minutes. Still radar indicator rotation on that. Let's see if they're going to issue. They're probably going to need to issue a new warning on this one here near Santiago. This is a pretty decent couplet here just south of Santiago. This is going to be coming up here toward Glen Dorado. Yeah, this is now just on the southeast side there. That's pretty decent. There could be something developing on that storm as well. The environment for this today, guys, is just really extremely favorable for these strong, long-lived, long-track tornadoes. Kind of like what we saw last night over in South Dakota and Nebraska. That storm that moved from Nebraska. I mean, I don't know how long that storm was on the ground for, but it seemed like forever.
Northern portion of that line segment just went SVR. It's Tor Possible, southeastern Scott, northeastern Blue Earth, the Soar, western Rice, and northern Waseca counties in Minnesota until 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, 10-4. I just saw that SVR show up here on WeatherWise. So, yeah, that's probably got some pretty strong winds in it as well, I'd imagine. Yeah, they got that tornado. I think a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings today, they're going to have to put that tornado possible tag on there just because of the environment that these storms are moving into. So that does not surprise me. A new update on the tornado warning here near Fairmont. The tornado warning remains in effect till 5 p.m. for southwestern Blue Earth, northwestern Faribault, and northeastern Martin counties. At 4:40 p.m. Central, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 6 miles southeast of Truman, 9 miles northeast of Fairmont, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So they have changed this now to just a radar-indicated tornado warning on this Fairmont storm. So that confirmed tag has been dropped on this. So, and looking at the velocities, it honestly does look like it's weakened up a little bit in the last couple scans. So that seems just about right.
Yeah, that seems warranted for sure. Copy that. Yeah, I would definitely say most of these are going to be tornado possible for sure. Especially the ones in the warm sector and where the environments that you mentioned there, Joey.
Just keeping an eye on Texas as well. Anything going on down there? Really, right now though, Minnesota's starting to light up here.
Most of the mixed layer Cape values are around 1500, 2000. That's pretty nice instability there.
Yeah, I saw some of the surface-based Cape was close to about 3,000 here across southeast Minnesota, northeast Iowa. Um, so it's definitely favorable. I'm gonna actually jump over and take a look at our mesoanalysis here with our viewers and kind of see exactly what the latest here is for that. All right, guys. So what we're looking at here, this is the Storm Prediction Center mesoanalysis page here for Minnesota. Let's go over to our thermodynamics here. We'll kind of take a look at our Cape values. So yeah, we can see here, wow, 4,000 Cape here across portions of western Iowa. All that's eventually going to be moving east. We can see here where these storms are. We're hanging in right now here at about 3,000 to 2,500 Cape values here, surface space Cape. Let's take a look here at our most unstable Cape. Yeah, right around 3,000 is what we're looking at here. Here in kind of southeast Minnesota, between 2,000 and 3,000.
All the storms they've had this last week. The moisture return has to be quick for that area because of all the storms they've had.
Yeah, 10-4 on that, Rob. So looking at this, at the mesoanalysis, yeah, we're definitely in a plenty favorable environment. Even our wind shear right now, I mean, we're pushing 60. Some places even I'm seeing 70 knots of bulk shear here, kind of east of, from Minneapolis east over into west central Wisconsin. Kind of still out ahead of these storms here. So some of these are going to be moving into an even better environment here in the next 1 to 2 hours. So plenty of instability, plenty of lift that with these storms to work with here. So really, really favorable environment for all these storms here the next several hours.
New tornado warning. Tornado warning for southeastern Benton County, north central Sherburne. west central Asante, south central Millie Locks County in Minnesota till 5:15 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles west of Princeton or 22 miles east of St. Cloud, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazardous tornado and quarter-sized hail source, radar indicated rotation. This will be near Princeton, Santiago, Glendorado, Pease, and Princeton Airport. Be advised.
So that is this storm here that Rob was just talking about, everyone. Oh yeah, we could see that. It's definitely got a some rotation on it there, just southeast of Glendorado. This is going to pass just on the north side of Princeton. It might even come really close to Princeton if it moves a little bit. It's going to clip the northern side of Princeton, I think. Where's the airport? The airport's on the south side there. Let me stop this. Yeah, it's basically due west of the airport right now. Coming here just south of Highway 95. Again, broad rotation, not confirmed, but still, this could produce a tornado. So if you are in the Princeton area between Princeton and Glendorado, you need to be in your shelter at this time. This is moving. Again, these storms are moving fairly quick. You know, this is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. A lot of yesterday's storms were only moving at 15 to 20 miles per hour, but these storms are moving a good bit faster today with that stronger 50-knot low-level jet helping to really push these storms along. So,
Be advised, we have initiation now in Kansas. New severe thunderstorm warning for Dickinson and southeastern Clay counties until 5:30 p.m. Ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Rapid initiation in Kansas for this supercell.
oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, 10-4 on that, Rob. Looking at it now, just west of Abilene, there on 70, east of Salina. That storm's going to really kind of developed here very quickly in the last 10 minutes. Look at that, just out of nowhere. Hitting that dry line. Yeah, that's that dry line action, man, that they were talking about.
Yep, it's tapping into that dry line right now. I just realized we said the same thing at the same time. Nice.
Hey, man, great minds think alike. So, still just the 2 tornado warnings up here in Minnesota. So, keep an eye on these.
Yep, man, we should get some action all the way into Wisconsin. UP and Michigan was under enhanced risk, and then into Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas all the way throughout the evening.
$10-4 on that. 10-4 on that, man. I know you're probably going to hop off here in a little bit, and we'll get back on with you tonight. But I know you got to get some dinner and stuff. But I still got the our live stream here rolling with keeping an eye on the radar and stuff like that. So just text me if you need anything.
10-4. Sounds good.
Yeah, this Princeton storm is looking pretty good. Definitely developing. Well, it's losing a little bit of its rotation there on the western side. Princeton storm. This one here is hard to see. Is this Jennifer McMahon? Yep, she's out there. I have a feeling that was her. Man, this one here on the border, there's just not really a good radar in that area to really get a good view of it. But rotation's kind of southwest of Winnebago. So keep an eye on these. Again, right now, no confirmed tornadoes, but we do have multiple warnings in effect with this whole storm complex moving east, continues to move off to the east. We'll be right back, keeping an eye on the radar. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'm going to grab myself a drink, and I'll be right back.
There goes Kansas again. SVR Eastern Saline County until 5:30 p.m. Half-hour size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This will be near New Cambria, or 9 miles east of Salina, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. severe thunderstorm warning for the following counties in Texas: southeastern Glasscock, southeastern Midland, northwestern Reagan, and northeastern Upton counties till 5:45 p.m. Severe thunderstorm is located 17 miles southwest of Garden City, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard: 70 mile per hour wind gusts and Piedmont Falls size sail. This will be near Garden City, Midkiff, and St. Lawrence. Be advised. Southeastern Blue Earth County, northwestern Faribault County, southwestern Second Counties, all in Minnesota, till 5:45 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of tornado was located over Winnebago at 20 miles northeast of Paramount, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Hazard: 20 Piedmont Falls hail. Source of local spotter from Bomb Lab. This is near Mapleton, Winnebago, St. Clair, Minnesota Lake, Amboy, Pemberton, Waldorf, Delavan, Alma City, and Smith Mall. Cruise interior room, take cover now. Watch now out for portions of southwest into central Iowa, northeast Kansas, northwest Missouri, and far southeast Nebraska till midnight central. Primary hazards: a few tornadoes likely with a couple intents possible. Sky large hail and isolated very large hail events 2 meters in diameter likely, and sky damage winds likely isolated just up to 75 miles per hour possible. The supercells are expected to continue developing this evening while posing a threat for very large hail up to 2 to 3 inches in diameter. A few tornadoes appear likely with a couple of strong possible with any sustained supercell. Scattered severe/damaging winds with peak gusts of 65 to 75 miles per hour may also occur.
right, good evening again, everyone. We continue to track these storms here across much of portions of Minnesota here. We've got this tornado warning that we're keeping an eye on here just south of Mapleton, Minnesota here. This tornado warning continues here. This did have a reported funnel cloud on it as well on this. This goes till 5:45 p.m. again for southeastern Blue Earth, northwestern Faribault, and southwestern Wasaka County there in south central Minnesota. It is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Also has ping pong ball size hail on it. Looking at the velocity on this, it's kind of hard to exactly pick it up where it is, but I do believe that it's probably just here west of 22 south of Mapleton in this area here. Let's see if we can flip over to another radar. Let's go to the La Crosse. Oh, there we go. Yeah, coming off La Crosse. That's where it is. Yeah, just south of Mapleton. This is exactly where it is.
Welcome back, sir.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on this tornado warning storm down here south of Mapleton. This had that funnel cloud on it. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. Looks like it's going to stay just south of there and go over here near the Wallord area, maybe up toward Pemberton, somewhere in between there. So we got that tornado warning. The ones up here north have expired. We've got this severe thunderstorm warning over here in Kansas that we're keeping an eye on as well. Coming through Abilene on that line. Again, right now that's just severe thunderstorm warning. But we did have trained weather spotters in Solomon report hail up to the size of ping pong ball. So ping pong ball size hail reported with that
SPR
storm.
in Kansas, 1.5 inch hail was reported. Oh, never mind. You're reading it now.
All good, Rob. It's kind of funny because I know you're keeping an eye on things as well. But yeah, definitely that hail there in Kansas. Pretty interesting. Keeping an eye on this storm down here as well, south of Garden City. That looks like it still got some hail on it. Also 70 mile per hour wind gusts on that as well. So couple storms. That northern tornado warning, though, in north of Minneapolis, that has, I see, since been dropped. So far, honestly, it hasn't been too bad of a day. We'll see what this evening holds. This could end up being a little bit further up, but I think Minneapolis overall, believe it or not, I'm thinking Minneapolis is gonna fare just a-okay with this system now, with these storms here moving through, kind of splitting around Minneapolis, a lot of them to the south and then those few to the north. But in the Minneapolis area, everything is a-okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well. Copy that. Hopefully it stays that way throughout the evening. I'm sure that stuff in Kansas might be a second round or something. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm also keeping an eye here kind of in Iowa. Looks like a few small cells, one kind of west of Sioux City. Then we've got this other little small cells almost out ahead of the line. These could become discrete storms, potentially. One west of West Bend and another one near Storm Lake, Iowa. So we'll have to keep an eye on those, see if we get any discrete supercells to fire up out ahead of the line at all.
Copy that. I'm seeing that now. 10-4, right on the Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota border.
Yes, sir. Exactly. It's exactly the area I'm keeping an eye on. So we'll see if we get anything to develop here on that in the next hour or so.
Interesting, because there's two cold fronts that it's showing. There's the one that's kind of ahead of where all the severe weather is, and then there's one behind it. So I'm guessing there's some sort of like convergence right there in the middle.
Yeah, there's two. There's that. Really, it's two different shortwave troughs. Is kind of what you have, and then you've got that dry line um, feature as well. So very interesting setup that we have today, and I think that's one reason why there could be two different rounds today.
Yep, copy. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Clay in Kansas till 6 p.m. Severe thunderstorm is located 8 miles east of Manchester, moving northeast to 40 miles per hour. Hazard golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This will be near Wakefield, Clay Center, and Green. Be advised.
I'm thinking that this enhanced risk area down here, uh, kind of in southwest Oklahoma and Texas, I think this could eventually later tonight really start firing up too. So we're going to keep an eye on this area here, probably in another hour or two. Starting to see a little bit of initiation um, out here. Just checking with Nick Smigo, see what his stream's looking like. Yeah, he's still there in Crowell, Texas. So seeing some of those puffy white clouds out there, maybe a storm trying to develop. So we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Ten four on that.
Man, it sure is beautiful out there in Texas. Great place to do some storm chasing. I really got to get out there and get some chasing in Texas. Wichita Falls area.
Just got a report on Twitter by Weather Gamer 21. Funnel cloud west of Princeton, Minnesota.
That might be from that storm earlier. So 10-4 on that. That storm is now north of Princeton. I think that storm had produced a funnel cloud earlier. They had mentioned it. So still not warned at all. But that storm earlier did have some activity to it.
Yeah, disregard. That was an earlier report. Sorry, Joey.
Okay, 10-4. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like, I feel like I remember seeing that report. So, all good, man. So, currently just the one tornado warning that we have here.
Starting to see some really nice initiation that we were talking about there in Kansas.
Yeah, a couple more SVRs here with these storms down here. Yeah, I see that those couple SVRs down there, kind of east and northeast of Salina, Kansas, west of Manhattan. So those storms kind of starting to take off. There's another one up here near what is that, Blue Rapids, that might be trying to develop as well, and a few more down here south, Lindsborg. So Kansas, I think, is going to be pretty decent tonight. Still keeping an eye here on the Wichita Falls area for some initiation here, probably in the next hour or so. I think we're going to start seeing some of these storms develop. So we'll see what happens, man. It's going to be a long night ahead. I'm probably going to step away for a little bit, grab myself a bite to eat real quick, and then I'll probably be back on here in a little bit.
Tornado warning for southeastern Le Sueur, southwestern Rice, northwestern Steele, and northern Waseca counties in Minnesota till 5:45 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles northwest of Waseca or 19 miles west of Owatonna. Moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Hazard is 20 quarter size hail. Source is radar indicated rotation. This will be near Faribault, Waseca, Janesville, Waterville, Medford, Morristown, Elysian, Warsaw, Deerfield, Clinton Falls, Sakata Lake State Park, and Faribault Airport. Be advised.
So that should be showing up here any second. New tornado warning up here that Rob was just talking about. For this storm. Gotta come off La Crosse. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, some rotation that they're seeing there on that. Line, that's one of those like line embedded tornadoes. Oh, there it is. There's that new tornado warning.
Yeah, definitely embedded tornado for sure. Really nice line segment here in southeastern Minnesota.
Yeah. Yeah, 10-4 on that. So back to 2 tornado warnings.
Also be advised, we have a report of 74 mile per hour winds, which is Cat 1, which is going to be 2 miles west-northwest of Groover and Emmett County, Iowa by ASOS at Etherville Airport.
That's down here. Yeah, that whole line's just kind of developing. 10-4 on that.
Warning for the following county in Kansas, northern Dickinson County until 6 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles southeast of New Cambria, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazardous 2-inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds at 5:15 p.m. Spowers reported hail up to 2 inches in diameter, 3 miles east of New Cambria. This will be near Solomon, Enterprise, Abilene, Chapman, Moonlight, and Talmadge. This is a continuation of the previous severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Interstate 70 between mile markers 267 and 289. Be advised. Be advised, Joey, we also have a report of 60, what is that? 60 mile per hour winds 4 miles west northwest of Terrell, Dickinson County, Iowa by public. Estimated 56 mile per hour gusts along with small branches down. Peace Hail also reported in the area.
10-4 on that, Rob. Thank you, sir, for that. All right, so we're keeping an eye on these
Really
couple
seeing
tornado
nice,
warnings here.
Garden type multi-cells form along that surface boundary between those two short waves.
Yep. Yeah, it's that storm there near Sioux Falls. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings here, I'm sure, all over. I mean, it's such a massive risk area today. I mean, there's going to be warnings from Texas all the way up into the UP of Michigan today. So definitely going to be a lot to cover. So thankfully, though, we're still just with our 2 tornado warnings, trying to focus on the tornado warnings, keeping an eye on some of these really large hail reports, but so far our event up here in Minnesota, at least this first round, hasn't been terribly bad.
Yeah, so the supercells that are in Kansas right now, we are watching potential for tornadoes later today as this moves into a more, better warm sector and environment. So not only are tornadoes possible, but gust nados in this line of storms in Minnesota could also be possible with the leading edge of the thunderstorms and possible surface outflow boundary. Update from National Weather Service Twin Cities. The threat has trended down for the northern portion of the line, but development is still possible as it moves east, so no all clear yet. The area of the greatest threat is along the southern portion of the line with active tornado warnings. And we're starting to see more severe weather up there near the UP of Michigan and northern Wisconsin. We have a storm here for northwestern Forest and northwestern Florence counties in Wisconsin. This has half dollar size hail as a hazard, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour near Headwaters Wilderness. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the following county in Kansas: northwestern Riley County until 6:15 p.m. Severe thunderstorm located 6 miles southwest of Leonardville, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour hazard. Gulf full size hail and 6 mile per hour winds. This will be near Leonardville and Randolph. Be about. Be advised, we also have a MESCO discussion for a possible watch for southeast South Dakota, northwest Iowa, 40%. Scattered strong severe thunderstorms were expected this evening. Some considerations being given to a watch at this time. Looks like we got a nice little, looks like a shelf cloud, maybe a roll cloud near East Cheyenne in Minnesota. Severe thunderstorm warning for the following county in Texas: northern Sterling County till 6:15 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located 14 miles west of Sterling City, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard: golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This will be near Sterling City around 5:45 p.m. Be advised. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the following counties in Kansas: northern Geary and southwestern Riley counties until 6:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm is located 4 miles north of Chapman, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard: golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This will be near Junction City, Milford Lake, Milford, Keats, Grandview Plaza, Manhattan, and Ogden. This includes Interstate 70 between mile markers 290 and 311. Be advised. following county in Minnesota, northern Steele County till 6 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Owatonna, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado course size hail, source, radar indicated rotation. This will be near Owatonna, Medford, Clinton Falls, Merton, Mullen, Owatonna Airport, and Rice Lake State Park. Be advised. Tornado warning for the following counties in Iowa, southeastern Emmett, and northern Palo Alto counties till 6:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Greetinger and 10 miles northwest of Emmetsburg, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado on course as hail, source, radar indicated rotation. This will be near Ingham Lake, Armstrong, Woolden County Park, Ringstead, High Lake, Grettinger, Swan Lake, and Iowa Lake. Be advised. Sorry about that. I had a phone call. Tornado warning for southeastern Rice and southwestern Goodhue counties in Minnesota till 6:15 p.m. This will be capable of producing a tornado that was located near Faribault, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado source, radar indicated rotation. This also has quarter-size hail, be advised. This will be near Faribault, Kenyon, Stanton, Warsaw, Nerstrand, Big Woods State Park, Ruskin, and Bombay. Move to interior room on the lowest floor. Be advised. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the following counties in Kansas: north central Riley, southwestern Marshall counties till 6:15 p.m. Severe thunderstorm is located 7 miles north of Randolph, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard: golf ball size sail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This will be near Blue Rapids and Waterville. Be advised. Tornado warning for southeastern Emmett and northern Kossuth counties in Iowa till 6:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Ringstead, or 60 miles northeast of Emmetsburg, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard 21 quarter size sail source of radar indicated rotation. This will be near Bancroft, Ledyard, West City, Ringstead, and Lakota. Take cover now.
All right, good evening, everyone. We've got a new tornado warning, as you just heard. Let's kind of take a look at this newest one that's kind of come in here. Let's flip over here.
10-4.
Might be able to see this off the Des Moines radar pretty good. There's this guy here near west of Bancroft, Iowa. Yeah. So this goes, as Rob said, till 6:30. This is right now just radar indicator rotation. Looking at the velocities on this. Yeah, there's definitely some rotation here just around Ringstead. Yeah, looking at the velocities on this, Rob, definitely seeing a little bit of rotation right around Ringstead area south of Armstrong on that tornado warning there. Ryan Pitt is right in the proper place for this.
For southeastern Rice, northeastern Steele, and southwestern Goodhue counties in Minnesota till 6:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Kenyon, 14 miles east of Faribault, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Hazard tornado source is radar indicated rotation. This will be near Pine Island, Zumbrata, Kenyon, Goodhue, Wanamingo, Nordstrom, Vasa, Moland, Hayter, Wadestow, Bombay, Nordstrom, Big Wood State Park, and Ruskin.
Yes, that's this storm down here. So yeah, we're starting to see multiple tornado warnings now on this line here. So we've got 3 tornado warnings now. I'm going to temporarily actually turn off the severe thunderstorm warnings just so we can focus on these tornado warnings. Actually, we have 4 of them. But this one here is about to expire. That's the one that they just reissued here, out further east here. So that should be showing up here in a second.
Really nice couplet forming on that new tornado warning just west of Kenyon, in south of Nordstrom.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, I see that. Really, really nice couplet. Yep. That is looking very good. That's going to basically go right over Kenyon, it looks like. So if you're in Kenyon, you definitely need to be in your tornado shelter at this time. Also up toward Wanamingo as well as Asplund.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we see a Tor-R on that, possibly, if that inflow notch keeps looking the way it is. I mean, it's embedded, but still. That's going to be heading toward Wanamingo afterwards.
Yeah, it's pretty much right on track for that. All right, I kind of want to come back down here on.
Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Dickinson County and central Kansas till 6:15 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located near Chapman, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard: tennis ball size hail and 60 mile per
tennis
hour
ball
winds.
size
This will be
hail,
main
yeah.
and road areas of the aforementioned county.
Man,
This
one
is a
here
local
kinda
extension of the severe
falling-
thunderstorm warning that was
I'm
set to
gonna turn
expire
these
at
severe
6
thunderstorm
p.m.
warnings back
This
on.
includes Interstate 70 between mile markers 286 and 289.
You know, Next Amigo's got a blast back north on this. He's in
It looks
Quanah,
like
Texas.
there's maybe a second area rotation just south of Stanton and Denison on the north side of that. That might be just something I'm seeing. I don't know.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about, but I'm not seeing any indication that that is really anything to be concerned about there. Even looking at the reflectivity, just the location doesn't really make sense. So I would just ignore that. And yeah, this Kenyon couplet though is that's right over Kenyon right now.
Yeah, exactly. Base is at 4,000. Max Delta 44 knots. It's a decent looking embedded, possibly tornado here. We'll keep you updated on that. No indication that's a tornado, but it has the look because of the convergent couplet.
Yeah, it really does. I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, to see this go toward here shortly. So here's Minneapolis up here. So this is kind of just southeast of the Minneapolis area, northwest of Rochester.
Watch for portions of northwest Iowa, northeast Nebraska, and southeast South Dakota until 11 o'clock. Scattered large hail, isolated very large hail events up to 2 inches diameter possible. Scattered damage and wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Multiple supercells along and near a cold front should pose a threat for mainly large hail up to 1 to 2 inches diameter. Through the evening, occasional severe / damaging winds also may occur.
10-4 on that, Rob. Yeah, we're just lighting up from watches here. Just the more watches, the merrier, it seems like. So, waiting for that to show up here. Yeah, he's got quite a view there, man. Definitely looking a little rough out there. I mean, it's already 6 o'clock Central Time. Hey, keep an eye on that storm kind of developing north of Sioux City, northeast of Sioux City. Isolated cell all by itself.
10-4, will do.
Crystal Falls. Severe thunderstorm warning there in Crystal Falls in the UP of Michigan as well. It's currently 3 tornado
Joey,
warnings.
Before that was made a watch. Remember how I was saying there was a confluence? The watch says hypnotic front is surging southeast across southeast South Dakota Road this evening. Prefrontal confluence zone is contributing to a high base cumulus from central Nebraska and the extreme northwest Iowa. So we got that right there.
Yes, sir. Yep, we sure did. That's what those severe thunderstorm warnings that we're seeing up here are from. Wow.
Yeah, Joey, that cell you told me to keep an eye on, that's in Sioux City, northeast of Sioux City. That's got some good dynamics on it. Growth rate's pretty good. It's in a decent environment. Shear's at 40 knots, so yeah, we could see SDR there soon.
I'm sure it will. It's in a really good environment. And it's all to itself. No other storms to compete with. It's kind of detached from that line segment off to the northeast with these tornado warnings. So that could be potentially be the storm of one of the storms of the day for a long track supercell. Discrete supercell at that.
There you go. It just went SVR. You called it.
Yeah, that's this guy right here, ladies and gentlemen. Lamar's here in Iowa, northeast of Sioux City. This storm is going to be one to watch the rest of this evening. Most definitely. I'm going to turn my watches back off.
Let's see here. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the following counties in Oklahoma and
That
Texas.
thing's wrapping
Jackson,
up, too.
Northwestern Tillman, Northwestern Wolbark, East Central Hardin counties till 6:45 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles west of Odell, moving northeast
So
at
already
50
got
miles per
good
hour. Hazard
rotation.
golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This will be near Altus, Olustee, El Dorado, Martha, Elmer, Hedrick, Friendship, Altus Air Force Base, Humphreys, Odell, Duke, and Hess. Be advised.
Hey, Rob, looking at this on the velocities, it's actually got a good little bit of rotation already developing on it east of Lamar's. So that's going to be definitely one to watch. Let's check in on our tornado warnings up here again.
Are you talking about the one that's near northeast of Sioux City, or which one?
Yeah, that one northeast of Sioux City. This one's down near Blue Earth.
Oh, yeah, I could see it. Copy that. Yeah, that one's definitely getting into the mature stage as a supercell, for sure.
I just cannot. Let's flip over. Not really a good radar for that Minnesota-Iowa border, man. It's tough. Tough area. Man, the Minnesota-Iowa border is just a tough area to get a good radar angle on. I mean, the La Crosse one is okay. It's just far away. But I'm keeping an eye on this Bancroft storm.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh yeah, just north of Bancroft here near Gurlid.
Severe thunderstorm warning with considerable tag for southwestern Coke and central Sterling counties in Texas till 7 p.m. Severe thunderstorm is located 9 miles southwest of Sterling City, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard
How's
2
this
inch hail
guy
and 60
down
mile per
here?
hour winds. This will be near Sterling City around 6:15 p.m. and Broome around 6:25.
Oh yeah.
Other locations include the US 87 near the Coke Tom Green County line. Be advised.
Yeah, that Sterling City storm's got a nice little hail core on it there, Rob. I mean, we're talking 3-inch hail on. We're talking 3-inch hail on that storm west of Sterling City there.
Oh yeah, that's a big feature of those storms in Texas, especially the dry line ones. They can get some pretty big hail for sure.
Michael Beard's out there on this severe
Thunderstorm warning for the
thunderstorm.
following counties in Kansas with considerable tag: southeastern Riley, northwestern Waubonsee, and southern Potawatomi.
Oh, I lost him.
This will be near St. George and Manhattan around 6:15, Louisville and Wamego around 6:20, Bellevue around 6:30, St. Mary's around 6:35, and Emma around 6:40 p.m. Be advised.
Ten four on that, Rob. Yeah, I'm surprised that one hasn't gone SVR warned. Thought it would have by now. That's just really looking good.
Tornado watch 182 for portions of western North Texas and southwest Oklahoma. The threat continues. Initial supercells impose mainly a risk of very large hail and locally severe gusts. Tornado risk will increase into the evening as low-level jet strengthens 00 to 01 time frame.
Let's take a look at some of our new data coming in here. I kind of want to take a look, see what HRRR is saying here for the next hour or two. Yeah, it's Minnesota system. I mean, really, we've got 3 more hours, and then this is going to start moving into western Wisconsin. And it's another little cell here, maybe across this area here.
Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the following counties in Texas: northwestern Coke and northeastern Sterling counties till 7 p.m. Severe thunderstorm is located over Sterling City, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard 2-inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This will be in mainly rural areas of the above counties, including the intersection of Highway 158 and Ranch Road 2059.
All right, let's go. This Minnesota cluster is looking meh. Let's see what's going on. going on down here?
If you notice, a lot of these storms that started semi discrete, and even like this cluster in Kansas, it's all starting to congeal and become mainly a linear and hail threat right now, with tornadoes possibly.
Yeah, everything is really like you said. It is pretty rapidly congealing, and I was looking at the HRRR for the next few hours, and I'm not really seeing any indication of uh, super discrete storms. Now, maybe in a couple hours there in southwest Oklahoma, uh, what is that, around 1 to 2 Z? There might be something, but overall, it doesn't seem like a huge widespread area of storms developing, which is good.
Yeah, I just think the cold front's moving too fast and everything's congealing too quickly.
Yeah, it is kind of outrunning, overrunning the dry line a little bit. So it is causing storms to quickly grow upscale.
I think if they do another update on SPC, they should do a hatch wind risk for this upper mode in not Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Yeah, let's see, when does the next outlook come out for today? One Z. So it'll be 9 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, 10-4. We'll get our next day one outlook at 9 p.m. Eastern. So we'll see what they end up doing. I wouldn't be surprised to see if they, I don't know, they might even, I think they're really going to trim back this moderate risk area more toward south of Minneapolis. I think Minneapolis is pretty much in the clear on the moderate risk threat. Really, all the storm threats now southeast of Minneapolis, so they really dodged a bullet. So, I mean, unless some of these storms southwest of Sioux Falls do something and make it up there, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, copy that. We'll see what happens.
I'm keeping an eye as well on these storms coming out of Texas into Oklahoma. These are starting to look pretty good, especially that one just north of Chillicothe. Chillicothe. That one's looking pretty good. I think that one off to the north will at least go SVR warned again.
Yeah, 10-4. I'm actually looking at some of the hail coming out of this entire like clusters, and there's some pretty nice hail. 1.5, 1.75. Definitely nailed it on that hashed hail threat. I think we'll get some really large hail once these multi-cells that are like kind of, or is that south of Haskell come up there? Once it gets to a better area.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on those cells down there. Yeah, south of Haskell near Abilene. Those will all end up lifting up north and northeast through the evening. All right, let's keep an eye on our tornado warning here near Bancroft. I just cannot get. It's just barely moving, man. Cannot really get a good view on that.
It's got a nice little Boeing segment there. Very small, but you can see it.
Yeah, 10-4. You talking about that storm down near Texas?
Yeah, well, I was looking at the Torwarn one as well. That one looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like it's passing just north of Bancroft there on Highway 169. So, I think Bancroft's going to be okay. Hmm.
I'm not going to say it now, but if things continue the way they are and this cold front really advances faster, they could have gotten away with at least an enhance. Moderate might be a little tricky depending on how the wind risk is for the rest of the night. I mean, I think they did mainly what? For the hail and the tornadoes, right, Joey?
Yeah, it really was for that tornado threat that we were expecting, but I mean, thus far, because of the way everything just so quickly congealed into a line, it really limited our multiple tornado threat here. Now we're kind of limited to these storms here on the southern side of this line with that tornado potential, with a few line embedded tornadoes, but the really strong tornadoes that we were expecting so far, I feel like we just haven't quite seen those really strong tornadoes this evening.
Cerebral severe thunderstorm warning for east central Geary, southeastern Riley, and northern Wabunsee counties in Kansas till 7 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles south of Manhattan, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard 70 mile per hour. Wind gusts and half size hail. This would be near Paxico, Manhattan, and McFarland. This includes Interstate 70 between mile markers 303 and 333. 309 and 333.
Yeah, I just can't get a good view on this Bancroft storm at all. I'm going to turn the warnings off temporarily. Let me see if I can. Here's not a good. Let's try and come off Des Moines, maybe. Still can't really see it on Des Moines, even. It's just tough to see this Bancroft one. To see the rotation on it. Turn the warning back on here. Well, that area northwest of Bancroft here's got coming up here towards Sway City. That's going to be a decent hailstorm there on this. Tornado warning expires here at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. See if they end up reissuing a new warning on that storm.
Yeah, I was just seeing that.
So both of these warnings here are about to expire. Both of our tornado warnings.
Tornado warning for the following counties in Minnesota: southeastern Faribault and western Freeborn counties till 7 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 5 miles west of Mansfield or 17 miles west of Albert Lee. Moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard 20.5 size hail. Sources radar indicated rotation. This will be near Albert Lee, Clarks Grove, Alden, Glenville, Braceland, Hayward, Mansfield, Twin Lakes, Conger, Keisler, Walters, Manchester, Albert Lee Airport, and Meyer Big Island State Park.
This whole line here, just going through. That's this guy. Yeah, you can see that.
Severe thunderstorm warning for the following counties in Oklahoma and Texas: southeastern Jackson, south central Kiowa, and northwestern Tillman counties, Oklahoma, as well as northwestern Will Barker County in Texas till 7:15 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located near Odell, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard golf ball size hail and 70 mile per hour winds. This will be near Frederick, Tipton, Manitou, Elmer, Hedrick, Fargo, Humphreys, Odell, and Hess. Be advised. So, Joey, I guess we're doing one whole Stormcast since it's 7 o'clock now. I like it.
Yeah, that's the plan. I'm on Discord as well, so I don't know if later you want to hop on Discord and we can kind of do like we've done in the past and stuff like that with the screen sharing and all that. And maybe Dan or someone else might pop in.
Yeah, maybe when 101 it gets toward like 101's area, I'll hop on there.
And I don't think it's going to get to his area till like after midnight. And even what I was seeing on the HRRR, it honestly kind of falls apart once it gets that far east in Wisconsin. So he honestly might be okay over there. So we'll see what happens, but I don't think it's gonna get over there till late tonight. We'll see.
Oh, okay, copy that. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Goodhue, Pepin, and southeastern Pierce counties in Wisconsin and Minnesota till 7:15 p.m. Severe thunderstorm is located over Goodhue, or 11 miles south of Red Wing, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazard 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and small hail. This will be near Red Wing, Durand, Goodhue, Pepin, Plum City, Stockholm, Frontenac, Wakuta, Belchester, Frontenac State Park, Central Point, Porcupine, Ella, and Arkansas. Quick. Just to be clear, that's Arkansas with a W instead of S at the end.
Not sure if this had been mentioned yet, but
considerable severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Kent, south central King, and northern Stonewall counties until 7:30 p.m. in Texas. Severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles north of Peacock or 10 miles east of Dayton. Moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard 70 miles per hour. Wind gusts and ping pong ball size. They all just near Peacock, Swenson, and Aspen.
I did want to take a minute to discuss this mesoscale discussion here. So this was just put out about 20 minutes ago by the Storm Prediction Center. This is kind of those storms we've been keeping an eye on here right around the Texas-Oklahoma border. They're saying that initial supercells will pose a risk of very large hail and severe gusts, but the tornado risk is expected to increase this evening across this area. They're given the most probable peak intensity forecast for the hail, 2 3/4 inches up to 4 1/4 inches. Tornado potential up to 120 to 150 miles per hour. Wind is 65 to 80 miles per hour. So this is going to be an area to watch here the next several hours there in southwest Oklahoma and north central Texas. So keep an eye updated on that, but I did want to kind of show that mesoscale discussion. And this is another mesoscale discussion for that line that we've been keeping an eye on for an increasing severe risk across this area here, really from southeast Minnesota into west central and portions of central Wisconsin over the next few hours. Tornado threat, peak intensity of 120 to 150. So still could see some strong tornadoes out of this system. Wind 65 to 80 and hail 1.5 inches to about 2.5 inches of the peak intensity in that area. So definitely something we're going to keep our eye on as we do have these organized severe thunderstorms. They're going to continue here, moving off to the east across southeast Minnesota and then eventually into western and central Wisconsin later this evening. Still a tornado threat. Damaging winds, though, definitely could become more common, as this is, as you can see here, this whole line here will continue kind of moving off here to the east throughout the next couple of hours. So that is definitely something we're going to have to keep our eye on as we go here through the evening.
If I'm a little quiet, Joey.
10-4 on that. Thanks, Rob. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on this complex here as it continues to move here off to the east. But interestingly enough, we're kind of in a little bit of a lull as far as some of these warnings go. Currently just one severe thunderstorm warning. So I think we'll see some more severe thunderstorm warnings for this line as it continues to move off to the east. As I said, this is going to become a pretty big wind threat. So folks in Rochester down to Austin, Albert Lee, Forest City, all these areas, could be seeing some pretty significant winds. Even here into western Wisconsin, especially on the northern side of this line, I think we're going to start seeing some of these bowing segments developing. You can actually see one right in here kind of developing. And then let me change my pointer color. Here we go. Kind of right in there, you kind of have one bowing segment. You've got another little bowing segment right in there. So as this whole line moves off to the east here, really these next couple of hours, I think we're going to see an uptick in those severe wind and wind damage reports coming in across that area. All right, now we got a new batch of warnings coming in on this. Look at this guy here. This is coming into Albert Lea and Bancroft. You can clearly see the rotation here on this, really well defined. Right in there, there's our hook on the storm. So this is going to be moving here off here to the east-northeast toward the Bancroft area. Mansfield, Cooper, Albert Lea, and eventually up toward the Bancroft area. Twin Lakes, you're on the south side warning in Glenville. Coming up here to the Interstate 90, Interstate 35 intersection there near Bancroft. Let's take a look at our velocities on. Oh yeah, we can clearly see really a couple different areas. Got one area right in here on this, and then we've got a secondary area, and that's typical with these line embedded supercells.
Ooh, nice little hook there on
you
that
can have
worm. Looking at that now,
multiple areas of rotation on this, so definitely something we will keep an eye on. Don't think this is just radar indicated rotation right now. So again, that tornado warning continues here for southeastern Faribault County, which has been one of the counties of the day. That whole area really just over and over with this line. Western Freeborn County, that goes till 7 p.m. Central Time. And yeah, there's that area of rotation here. Now approaching Interstate 90, basically just southwest of Armstrong is where this is looking to be. Kind of right in this area here. And yeah, this is basically right on track to go right over, fortunately, toward the Albert Lea airport there. I think it's a regional airport.
Definitely training storms for sure.
Yeah, Albert Lea Municipal Airport, so that's a little worrisome. Yeah, exactly, Rob. This whole storm system, it honestly hasn't advanced off to the east nearly as fast as I thought it would. It's moved off to northeast, but it's still, to me, taking a little bit longer than I thought it would take for this to kind of move on through. So, I mean, we're not having quite the number of tornado warnings I thought we'd be having tonight, in all honesty. Right now, with just this one, obviously 15 severe thunderstorm warnings kind of scattered across country. But interestingly enough, I'm also keeping an eye here on Texas and this southwest Oklahoma. I think this is going to become a very interesting area here in the next hour or so. Speaking of Texas, let's kind of check in here with our storm chaser, Mr. Nick Smigo. He is out there keeping an eye on some of these storms here near US 283, where it looks like he's kind of pulled off to the side of the road there near Vernon, Texas. I'm not sure if he's on Zillow or not. He is not, but a friend of mine, Mike Addison, is. I might try and reach out to him. So we'll keep checking in on Nick. Keeping an eye on that storm off to his southwest. And this cluster here still severe warned as well. That's going to continue moving off to the northeast. Let's come back here to our Albert Lee. This is definitely one to watch. This is kind of a bit concerning here. Coming into a more populated area here in Minnesota. So really, if you're in Albert Lee, Bancroft, Twin Lakes, Hayward, Clarks Grove, Manchester, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time, seeking shelter in a basement or in an interior room away from windows and doors. Make sure you've got something to cover your head, as this storm, again, not confirmed tornado, but likely able to put down a tornado really at any given moment. Looking at this here, basically coming into Mansfield, Conger, then up here toward Albert Lee and Bancroft. Really well defined kind of hook there in this line embedded supercell storm that we're looking at. I might give Nick a call.
A lot of lightning in that line in Minnesota, that's for sure. did have a reported funnel cloud from Storm Chaser near Cluster, Minnesota. Brief funnel and cluster, be advised.
All right, good evening. We got Nick Smigo here on the line with us. Nick, we see you're kind of driving off to the southwest there. We've got that severe thunderstorm warning now off to your southwest. Tell us what you've kind of seen today and what you're expecting here tonight as you continue your chase.
I saw a storm develop pretty quickly this afternoon, split, and is currently dying, and then the other one's moving straight north. I now see this one to the southwest. It's got a really good updraft on it, so I'm going to go try to intercept that one, kind of see what's going on with that one. I think that one's actually in a better environment right now. That's kind of what I'm planning on doing.
Awesome. Yeah, well, I mean, you were out yesterday, and you got some and the other day, and you've gotten some pretty big hailstorms there in Texas, so this one looks like it could be the same. I know that Storm Prediction Center put out that mesoscale discussion saying that not only are we going to see the hail threat out there, but we are also looking at an increased tornado potential here in the next couple hours, really there across the southwest Oklahoma into north central Texas area. So obviously still got some daylight there to work with here for another hour and a half or so. So
definitely. Yeah, that's what I'm banking on. That LLJ is about to kick in as well.
Yeah, exactly. 50 knot plus potentially there. So that's going to really help fuel these storms. And you're kind of the only one on this storm. I see a couple other people up near that storm up in Altus, west of Lawton. So, and the nice thing is the storm that you're on also is kind of just off to itself. Doesn't really have anything to compete with. So I feel like you kind of picked a good storm. Hopefully it'll do something here.
Yeah,
be advised, Joey, we have a thunderstorm wind damage report 6 miles west of Kenyon, Minnesota, of barn silos destroyed, semi tipped over, time estimated by radar.
Wow. Okay, so we got that's going on up there in Minnesota. On that tornado, it's honestly been not quite as busy as I anticipated it to be today up in Minnesota. This has really been the first big tornado event that we're going, but we'll definitely check in, keep an eye on your stream, sir. Stay safe out there. Thanks for hopping on the call with me.
Yeah, definitely. I'll talk to you later.
All right, man. Stay safe.
Thank you.
All right, bye. So that was Nick Smigo there. As you can see here, he is down here, South Vernon, Texas, coming into this SVR.
Care,
but I do want to check in with this storm here. Yeah, go ahead, Rob. Sorry, I was on with Nick Smigo down here in Texas, keeping an eye. He's got this storm. I'm coming back up here now to that storm that you were just mentioning here in Minnesota. I knew this one when I saw it. It was just jumping out at me that, yeah, this one's likely going to be on the ground and do some damage. And now with that report that you're telling me, sounds just about right. So, again, this is coming right here southwest of Albert Lea.
Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for southern Ford and northwestern Knox counties in Texas till 6:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located 14 miles southeast of Guthrie and northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazardous golf ball slide sound 60 mile per hour winds near Truscott. Be advised.
Yeah, this is right here near Conger and coming up here toward Albert Lea and Bancroft. So if you're in those areas here, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Again, this has now been been seeing some damage here with this line of storms. I mean, we're going to see a lot more wind damage coming
Yeah,
through.
if you're in Albert Lee, I would definitely be getting into shelter.
Yeah, it's basically right on track for Albert Lee and Bancroft. I think it's actually going to go closer to Albert Lee than Bancroft. Maybe, yeah, may just pass south of Bancroft. But Albert Lee needs to be in their shelter at this time. This thing is going to be rolling through here probably in the next 10 minutes, I'd say. Probably got about 10, maybe 12 minutes till it's rolling through Albert Lee. Yeah, seeing a little bit of a drop on the correlation coefficient just southwest of Albert Lee with this. Do they not have a update on that? I want to see what they're saying here.
Also, just heads up, today so far we've had no tornado reports, 6 wind reports, 0 high, and 43 hail reports, 6 large. That will probably go up.
Yeah, 10-4 on that, Rob. I think we're going to see a lot more wind reports, I'm sure, especially. Still just surprised we haven't had any tornado reports yet.
Didn't we have a couple TORs today? I mean, there's probably going to be a couple, unless they're classified as gust tornadoes, because I saw reports about that on Twitter there, /X.
Yeah, no, I think there will be some. I'm just kind of surprised that there hasn't been anything put out there yet by any of these NWS offices yet. So, but again, here in the Albert Lee area, that's rolling in. It looks like this new scan actually just came in, and it actually looks a little bit weaker on the correlation coefficient, but really well defined now, just north of Twin Lakes. This is going to probably come across the south side of Albert Lee here, right near Meyer Big Island State Park and the Albert Lee Lake, Stony Creek Estates. So if you're on the south side of Albert Lee, between downtown Albert Lee and Stony Creek Estates there on 35 alternate, definitely need to be taking cover in this area here, because this is basically where this circulation is tracking, is kind of right in that area.
And this is the biggest reason, guys, just a little weather lesson. This is why severe weather is so unpredictable. We have a moderate risk, but sometimes all the dynamics of severe weather doesn't come together, you know. If you have one missing link, it can mess up the whole entire system.
Yeah, 10-4 on that, Rob. Hey, do you want to hop on Discord here in a minute, and we can be on there? You can still do your warnings and alerts as needed.
Yeah, we can do that. Give me like 5 minutes, I'll be on there.
10-4. So this is basically coming into the southern side here of Albert Lee right now, between Albert Lee and Stony Creek Estates. Let's look at the reflectivity one more time. Honestly, it's lost a little bit of that sharpness to the hook that we were seeing earlier, which is good. It's good that it's weakened a little bit. So we're gonna start seeing a lot more
Tornado
wind
warning,
damage.
Kansas. Be advised.
All right, let's come down here to Kansas. Oh, yeah, I bet that's this guy right here, south of Enterprise. That's got to be that storm just south of Enterprise. That thing, oh yeah, look at that. That's beautiful. That's got a nice little couplet developing on it. I could see why they'd put a tornado warning out on that. Enterprise, Chapman.
Joey, I'm on Discord now.
10-4. Hey, Rob.
Hello.
All right, man.
You hear me okay?
Yeah, turn your volume up a little bit. By chance, is there a way you can do that?
My volume.
Let me check my levels. You just seem quieter here on Discord than you did.
Yeah. Yeah, give me a second. I'll turn it up. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Perfect.
All right, cool. Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
right. Good to go.
Yep.
Yeah, we got tornado warning in Kansas now.
I know. I was just saw you read that out here. I feel like on weather-wise, the warnings are coming across really slow today to show up.
I even said earlier, like, watch this stuff in Kansas. Might be Tor warned later, and look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a decent little inflow notch right there south of Enterprise.
Yeah. You can see it right there. Yep.
60 mile an hour thunderstorm wind gusts 8 miles south of Abilene, just reported by emergency manager a little bit ago.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, we got some flood reports as well. So, as with these training supercells, a lot of flooding with all that training activity.
Oh, I believe it. I don't
Street
even
road
have any.
flooding near Manhattan, Kansas, 4 miles west, and then we have another report north of Manhattan of water on a foot of water on the roadways at Kansas State. Looks like University, possibly. I don't know.
Wow.
Relayed by KSU Emergency Management. Yep.
Yeah, Kansas State University.
Yep. That's not good.
Look at all these lightning strikes out ahead of this line of
know.
storms.
A lot of lightning, for sure.
Like that's really impressive when you're seeing lightning strikes so far out ahead of the storm. But that's what they say. That's that clear blue sky lightning that you'll have on this.
Right. That's correct. Yes, sir.
So
we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to show you that I was looking at was some of the HRRR models for this evening.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a look at that real fast. Sure.
Really here specifically for...
oh, yeah.
You can see there's that storm that kind of develops there. That's at 2Z right there in southwest Oklahoma. And then it kind of moves off to north. Obviously, this is the 23Z run coming in. Let me go back to the 22Z.
Right. I'm going to read this out really fast and I'll be right back.
Okay. But yeah, I think the stuff that's kind of down here in Texas in the next 2 to 3 hours is going to really start blowing up here as it comes and eventually crosses into Oklahoma. And really kind of hangs together two little cells all the way through northeast Oklahoma and then another little cluster around midnight. So it's going to be a long night out there. But we're going to see what happens here with this setup here.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, Rob.
Hello.
See our updraft helicity tracks.
Yeah, let's look at that.
I mean, you can see a couple here kind of right around this area.
I'm still watching this tour warning Kansas. It's got really nice RFD trying to pull. There's a little bit of back building that's kind of cutting off that RFD, but it's trying. If it becomes separated, that might be one to watch. Not inflow tail.
Yeah. Here, let me flip back over to that.
Yeah, see all that precip on the west side of it? If it splits from that, that can be really interesting.
Yeah, it almost has.
It's trying to.
It's trying. It kind of got wrapped up a little bit, like you're saying. Now it's lost that that really well-defined hook area, and that's the latest scan.
Inflow is trying to recycle there.
But yeah, it was very brief. You could really see it right there, and now it's kind of weakened out again.
Yeah.
So it's like they issued that tornado warning, and just as quickly as it developed, it got cut off and lost that circulation now.
It happens. Especially when you have a colder boundary with the cold front pushing in behind it. Yeah.
Yep. Just kind of undercut it. Completely undercut it.
A lift. Yeah, exactly.
So I wouldn't be surprised if this tornado warning, if they end up canceling it early. Because now this whole thing is just kind of formed to that line. But man, that was a really fast development there on that.
Yeah, look at that line.
I know, it goes all the way here from South Salina all the way up here to Tolton, man. Keep an eye on this storm. This guy's got to be a pretty big hail producer. Yeah, 1.75-inch hail, golf ball size hail. That's what I was thinking when I looked at that. I'm like, that's got to be...
Yep, radar says 2.5, 100% across the board hail possibilities.
Yeah. All right, I want to check in. Nick Smigo, we just got off the phone with him a little bit ago. He is down here on this severe thunderstorm warning. Let's kind of check in. He is now approaching this storm. Let's watch his live stream and see what's going on here with our storm chaser, Nick Smigo.
You got some nice left and right movers on that.
Yeah, for sure.
Skies look pretty overcast, kind of clear, a little bit of sun peeking in through the clouds. It's golden hour right now, so.
That's what I was saying. A little bit of golden hour activity here.
Yeah. Dry line initiation for Texas.
Yeah. He's kind of still northeast of this, but that severe thunderstorm warning there showing it has golf ball size hail. There you go. Now he's turning right into it. Look at that. So this storm here that he's on's got golf ball size hail, moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour as well. So he's going to be right in there here in the next probably 15 minutes or so. 60-mile-per-hour winds, golf ball size hail, so.
That's another thing too. Is the threat is not over for hail. It will probably continue into the evening.
Oh yeah, no, I still think we might see a few storms that can. I mean, we've already had a couple that I've seen with baseball size hail today, but
Baseball, yeah.
yeah, I think we might get one or two that put out a 4-incher, man.
Maybe it's definitely possible. Remember we had that 5-inch hail last few
Yes,
days ago?
that was insane.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was crazy.
Yeah,
Well, I
we've
was
been
starting to
having
see a
this-
little bit of almost like a little bit of a shelf cloud there on Nick Smigo's stream.
Yeah, are you still live on YouTube?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, copy that.
Yeah, we're live on
Yeah, for
YouTube
sure.
and Facebook.
Nice. Copy that. Hopefully we get Dan on here to kind of talk with us about everything.
Yeah, I honestly think they're in that part of Wisconsin where he's at. I don't know. I just, if there's going to be anything, it's going to be way late at night, like 3
Yeah.
o'clock in the morning or something like that.
If any discrete cells form in front of the line, you could get something.
That's the big question is, there's still that potential that we could see discrete storms ahead of the line, but thus far it just hasn't materialized.
There's too much mixing in the boundary layer.
Yeah.
Like the mid-level is drier and the boundary layer is warmer.
Yeah. Honestly, might take a look at some of the soundings up in that area.
Not warmer, weather. But yeah.
Let me switch my region here while we're keeping an eye on Nick Smigos' stream here.
Yeah,
There in
we have
Texas.
a lot of SVRs, so that definitely verified with all the severe thunderstorms.
Well, interestingly enough, that when I'm going to jump real quick. We'll come right back to Nick Smigo as he is approaching this severe thunderstorm near Crowell, Texas. But I want to quickly show everyone the updraft helicity tracks here for Minnesota and northern Iowa. So this is here at 00Z. If we come back here to the Storm Prediction Center, we can see, so these are all of our watches, our enhanced risk area that he's in, our moderate risk area up here. Right now it's 00Z, so we just got to the 00Z hour. So this is now watch what happens here in this next hour right here across northwest Iowa. Look at this updraft helicity track. Watch that.
Wow.
Look at that
Oh.
updraft helicity track right
Wow.
there. So we're really going to need to kind of keep an eye here into northwest Iowa, coming here into
For sure. North
into
of Sioux City.
southeast Minnesota and Wisconsin, because you see all these updraft helicity tracks really start kicking up here in the next 3 to 4 5 hours. So that was just
Right.
something interesting that I saw that I wanted to share. So
hopefully,
the night's not over. The night is definitely not
No.
over. Here's our significant tornado parameter. Let's come to the latest.
That
Here
toll
we go.
warning just went off the board. You got it right, Joey.
Yeah, that one warning, they canceled it. Yep.
What yellow level 2?
So here's the significant tornado. So we still have plenty of instability
Oh, yeah.
here that we can
yeah.
see. Let me flip this real quick over to the forecast.
Especially
Loop. There we go.
Wisconsin, northeast Iowa.
And you can actually
look at
see,
that.
watch what happens right here around southeast Minnesota and right on the Minnesota-Wisconsin border in the next hour. Look at this surge in Sig Tor parameter. So, I mean, we're still seeing these PDS tornado
Look at that.
SQTs, and look at these elongated photographs. That's what I'm saying. Like, this could still this next hour or two, I think we could still see quite a bit here in
Especially if that
southeast
cold front
Minnesota.
slow down.
And then that moves into west central Wisconsin. And then we have another area here kind of in Iowa before kind of, as you can see, as it gets over to Dan's area there in east southeast Wisconsin, really kind of falls apart. But really the next 1, 2, really the next 3 hours, there's still pretty good potential for some strong tornadoes up in that area. Let's come back here to storm chaser Nick Smigo, as he is now starting to get a pretty good look at this storm here in Texas. Again, this does have some golf ball size hail has been reported with this storm.
Yeah. Oh, new tornado warning. Let me read this out here. You can go ahead and go over.
No, you're good. Oh, that's way up there in Minnesota, that new one. This is up here near Aiken, Minnesota. Yeah, Nick's got a nice view there. Golden hour lighting there. Beautiful view. So we'll see if he can get on this storm here next 20 minutes. So let's check in real quick with this new tornado warning up here. In Minnesota. So this is this storm here. Again, all to itself. Yeah, starting to see a little bit of velocity signature on this. So this is for northwestern Aiken County and northeastern Crow Wing County there in east central Minnesota. That's going till 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail possible on this storm. So another tornado warning, completely detached from this line.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's what you want. You want a discrete cell by itself with a Renegade like that.
Yeah, that's almost. I'm wondering if that's kind of along the warm front there. I think the warm front's kind of. Or is the warm front further out east? That honestly might be on that occluded front.
Like it's right, yeah, it looks like it's by the occlusion front. It's
kind
of by the triple point, I want to say.
Well, the triple point's kind of. I don't know. Yeah, the triple point is kind of west of the triple point.
Occluded, like triple point. Might
yeah.
Not be the main one, but like the one behind it. Yeah.
Yeah, but that is pretty interesting there, though. Yeah, that's way up there.
For sure. That's a nice looking discrete cell, for sure. All the way up there. I mean, you don't. That's another thing too, Joe. Is you don't see this type of set till what? June. July?
I mean, that's in the slight risk area. Look at that. It's not even in the moderate risk area. We got this storm up here.
Warning is the Renegade all by itself up there, kind of east of the triple point.
Yep.
I was talking to another channel. My bad.
No, you're good.
Yeah, that's a nice looking one right there. Let me see if there's any rotation on it. Kind of scattered. I can see.
Yeah, a little bit. Not super well defined, but a little bit there.
Cell. There's a left mover behind it, kind of like on the west side of it, not
flip over to Duluth. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, on the west side of it. There's a little cell near what is that? Gull Lake, something Gull Lake. East Gull Lake, yeah.
Yeah. There's a ton of
west of there.
Ton of lakes up here in this area of Minnesota.
Oh yeah. That's why there's a county called Land of the Lakes, because there's so many lakes up there. Yep, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, but I mean, Rob, like seriously, this is just such this day to me has not been quite what I thought it would be.
No, it hasn't.
In terms of even the number of warnings. I mean, we've got 16 warnings scattered across, from Minnesota all the way down to Texas. So I mean, I thought we'd have 40 warnings at a time, something like that,
No. No. Yeah, that's
But it's
crazy.
been extremely, extremely scattered. Extremely scattered. I want to check back in with Nick Smigo. He's kind of getting around on the south side of this storm. See what things are looking like for him. Yeah, he's now kind of under that base a little bit.
Man. Yeah, these storms over here in Kansas are going to start heading toward the Kansas City, Missouri area, kind of north of there.
Yeah, and I honestly think that this storm that Nick's on here is going to be that cluster that eventually is going to move into Oklahoma, and I think it's going to continue to intensify and have some tornado potential here, maybe in another hour or so. So I definitely need to keep an eye on that. Speaking of this area, new mesoscale discussion Storm Prediction Center posted. This is threat for all severe hazards, including very large hail, strong gusts, and tornadoes continues. Give me a second. Let me flip my screen here. So this is here basically for the Texas Panhandle into southwest Oklahoma, the area kind of that I was talking about. And you can see that most favorable corridor for significant severe over the next hour or two there, right there in the southwestern Oklahoma area. So definitely will be keeping an eye on that area here in the next hour or so for some of the severe weather threat in that area.
Yeah, copy that. Interesting to see if we get any tornado warnings in Texas and Oklahoma. I mean, there's definitely a chance.
Yeah,
So,
I definitely think that
on-
there could be some today.
Here's my question. They put out that meso for Texas Panhandle, right?
Yep.
According to my radar, the cold front's way east of Amarillo area. Unless there's another confluence.
Well, there's just a dry line that's set up. Look at this here again. So this isn't part of that main system. There's this dry line that's kind of set up right across the Oklahoma Texas Panhandle, stretching up into southwest Kansas. You could tell.
Okay,
Because of the dew points, you got 30 dew points there in the western Texas Panhandle, and dew point of 67 out ahead of the dry line. 67, 65, 62. So definitely have a dry line there.
Definitely. For sure. I'm getting a lot of hail reports out of this cluster going through Oklahoma, Texas border.
Yeah. And the other thing is, too, when I was on the phone with Nick earlier, we were talking about how, we're expecting this low-level jet to kind of strengthen here, get up to about 50 knots here across portions of Texas and into southwest Oklahoma. So that's going to also help these storms to kind of grow upscale. So this one that he's on, I think is going to definitely be one that we're going to need to watch, because I think that it could become supercellular. There's no other storms around it that it has to compete with energy for or anything like that. It's already kind of starting to get that supercell look to it. Just kind of needs to develop here a little bit more on the southwest side.
And that's what you want, You want something that's going to be independent by itself, no other, confluence around it or any multi-cells forming south of it. You want it to be by itself, feeding all the inflow from the Gulf.
Mm-hmm. And you can even see, just looking at the radar reflectivity, you can see how that whole storm is just starting to rotate.
Look to it.
Yeah,
I could see that.
That's a great.
Like from a hurricane.
Yeah, it's a great storm that Nick's on here. So pretty soon I'll actually probably want to stop and then start driving back north on Highway 6 and try and keep up with this thing, because this, I think, is moving fairly quickly. It's moving at 30 miles per hour, so not too terribly fast. But again, that's going to be a storm to watch here as it moves here into from Texas here up into southwest Oklahoma. So
Wisconsin's starting to get going. There's some storms in eastern Wisconsin right now that are starting to get their act together. So just a heads up on that.
yeah, it's always amazing just looking at the whole. Oh yeah, I see these ones up here in northeast
See that?
Wisconsin
Mhm.
starting to develop there.
Must be cat breaking or something.
Yeah.
Well, there was a weak cap already for that area, so
But yeah, Nick's in a pretty good spot here near Chelan, Texas.
oh, look at that cloud.
Yeah, that's kind of. I can't tell if that's the inflow going into the storm. I think that's the inflow going into it.
Yeah, I was thinking there's like an anvil cloud somewhere over there.
Yeah. Well, this here might be the inflow tail.
Yeah, look at that.
These little clouds kind of streaming into it.
Yep, all that moisture. It's gotta be humid where he's at right now.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Dryline hasn't gotten there yet, so. Yeah, I feel like the southern mode has shown better promise than the northern mode. Like, meaning the stuff in Oklahoma, Kansas, Texas, not Minnesota, Wisconsin, you know what I mean? But we'll see if that verifies.
Yep. That we will see.
Like I said, we're getting a lot of SVRs, a lot of hail and wind-driven events, just not a lot of tornado-driven events yet.
Yeah, Storm Prediction Center put out this new mesoscale discussion 592. Supercells will continue to pose a risk of very large hail with an increasing tornado risk into this evening. And that's basically right on the storm that Nick Smigo's on. Like, look at this. This is that exact same storm you can see here.
Yeah, look at that.
Just southwest of Cromwell that they got highlighted. So 2 3/4 up to 4 1/4 inch hail tornado. Not super strong tornado. Peak intensity 100 to 130, but wind 65 to 80. So, and they're saying here increasing tornado risk 00Z. So basically now to 2Z. So really the next 2 hours is going to be the biggest risk for this area where Nick is right now. And I talked to him. He was saying that he was having some issues with his Zello staying connected. So I literally just gave him a phone call, and that's when we had him on earlier. So, but I think he's on a pretty good storm.
Yeah, I copy that.
That tornado warning up in Minnesota is still active.
Mm-hmm. It's honestly still looking decent, but rotation's very broad. I mean, it's pretty tiny area. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. That honestly can get all the way up to like, where's that city? Meadowlands. I don't know if it's gonna be as strong as it is when it gets up to Canada, but I think once it gets up to that area, it's gonna probably die out once it gets to that cooler surface boundary.
Yeah. Well, Nick's now looking at this storm here from a distance, looking back off to his west-northwest.
Right.
And yeah, you can definitely tell that
Yeah.
starting to lose some daylight out in that area already. I mean, even here where I'm at, it's already about to get dark, basically.
Yeah, it's pretty much dark here right now.
So
We
he's
had
probably
some,
got another
nice-
30 minutes of daylight.
Yeah, we had some nice rumblers down here. Well, not my area, but like north of me. Been really dry in Florida, so we're happy to get any rain. It looks like we got a nice little cell heading southeast toward my area up there near Palm River.
Yeah. Sorry about
So
that.
might have some action here in my area.
You might. Liz Gillipsy said it's going to be a bust in southern Ontario, Canada. The lakes will kill the storms.
Southern Ontario.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's pretty accurate there,
Yeah,
Liz.
that is pretty. I mean, they were expecting tornadoes today, because they were part of that whole surface boundary in the warm sector. So I could see that.
Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
So we'll keep an eye on Nick Storm there. Check back in with him. I do want to come back up here though, and check in on our tornado warning up here. See what's going on with this. It's got some rotation to it. Yeah, it's got
Yep.
got a little bit there, kind of east of Mission. It's gonna head
He's
up
on a
here.
mission, all right.
Yeah,
All right, had to.
this is north of Wolford.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think another thing too is like this whole area in Texas has just been hit day after day after day with severe weather.
Yes, it has. Here are these severe thunderstorm warnings. This whole cluster, yeah, you were talking about up here near Dunbar and south of Mountain in these areas here in eastern Wisconsin. Just a lot of wind, maybe a little bit of small hail with
Yeah.
some of these storms.
They're
Uh,
very clustered for sure.
even down around Dan's area.
Mhm. A little
Not
bit,
really
yeah.
seeing much of anything. Everything's still north of Madison with this.
Mhm.
So,
It should be good until probably the whole entire night. By the time this line makes it, I don't know how if it's going to connect with that southern line in Kansas, but we'll see.
oh, this here, if it's all gonna. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I honestly don't.
I don't think either. It's going to
Like-
be its own thing.
It's not going to become a giant like one of these like cross country squall lines that we've seen.
No,
It's not that
It's
type
more-
of a system.
it's not a hypnotic scale. It's more
Yeah.
of a mesoscale line.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a mesoscale storm
Yeah.
system.
Which is better because you don't want all that rain and wind and widespread damage.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's still going to be damage no matter what, where you are in the severe weather.
Yeah. Now this
Yeah.
here is gonna produce some good winds here. We're gonna have some Bowen segments here. You can even see coming into Eau Claire there and Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. This kind of was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
This line continues to move off to the east southeast, really almost more easterly than southeast. We'll probably see some more wind damage and some more severe thunderstorm warnings on that. Really, this is like almost like a little MCS type of thing, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. MCS.
Yep. So you've got
QLCS
that little.
feature.
You almost have a couple different MCS. You got that one, and then we've got like this one here in Kansas, another little
Mhm.
cluster. So
I'm sure this Oklahoma, Texas one's going to be the third.
yeah, and then we've got Well, this one I honestly think these are going to stay more discreet. Now
Oh, okay.
some of these might eventually merge.
Maybe
I'm
some
curious.
segments
This one
might.
that Nick's on, it's moving pretty fast. He's got to get back north into Cromwell.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm curious if that's going to kind of do anything here, interact with this Quanah one off to the north, from Quanah to Altus at all. If those are going to kind of merge together here or not. So let's look at the velocities on this real quick. Not really seeing any sort of rotation yet. Nothing that's jumping out at me.
Mm-mm. See, tomorrow we have a enhanced risk for pretty much the same area in Texas, but not for the northern mode. That's gonna be more Ohio, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, let's take a look. So this is obviously today's risk, and then tomorrow's risk here. It shifts further east. We've got from basically central New York all the way back through Ohio with an enhanced risk, and then that second area of enhanced risk again, like you said, down here, pretty much from Midland near Odessa, Texas, all the way kind of northeast up toward Wichita Falls area. So
I need a break, man.
it has been really, I will say Texas, this last week has been pretty solid as far as having multiple rounds of chaseable storms.
Yeah,
So,
it definitely.
I mean, you want to see some hailstorms this year, go out to Texas. I mean, they've had them.
Yeah.
They have had them. Jay, thank you for joining us on the live stream this evening, sir. Great to have you on.
Hello. Yeah, Texas has been very busy this year. Let's just say that.
Yes, it has.
As we get into May, have seen some models show more severe weather for Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska. So we'll see if that pans out.
Yep. Man, I think the storm's getting a little bit out ahead of Nick.
Yeah.
He's
I
now
was just
trying to move
watching
back
that.
north, it looks like.
It's got a left mover.
Yeah.
You don't like those left movers, You think it's going northeast, and nope, it's going straight north.
Yep. So,
Yeah.
I think
See
he
that
almost
happens
just
very
drove right around it. He didn't even get into it.
We got a very sharp dry line on this southern mode. I'll say that.
Yeah, it is definitely very well defined.
Yeah.
Pretty much from almost Childress back to Guthrie, then it kind of curves back east, not quite to Abilene, to just west of Abilene, and then sharply southwest through Starling City, but east of Odessa. So, kind of a squiggly type of dry line tonight. Not quite a straight line.
No,
But-
it's more unbalanced in a way.
Yeah. So,
And we're getting like continuous, considerable SVRs here for Oklahoma. I mean, there's a lot of hailstorms going on up there.
yeah.
Raining hailstorms and supercells going through the area.
This one here is
Oh, yeah.
interesting. This one must be elevated.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right by the dry line, it's going to be all elevated.
Yeah, it's like I almost
It's
have to
kind of
tilt
in the
my
middle
radar
of the-
way up.
It's kind of in the western portion of that surface warm sector. Once it gets more east, I think it'll be more surface based. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yep.
A lot of these storms say have been elevated. The only surface based ones have probably been the ones up in like Iowa, probably, or Kansas.
Yeah. Speaking of Iowa, I want to take a look at this storm east of Sioux Falls, because this is kind of the one that
Yeah.
when I was showing you that updraft velocity track, this is basically what it was saying. You can see it's basically all to itself, but not tornado warned. Not really seeing any indications of organized rotation.
The one east of Sibley, like on the Iowa-Minnesota border, or south?
Yeah, this one here south of Worthington,
Okay, yeah.
south of Interstate 90 here. This is that one
Yeah.
that was basically going to track right across the border.
A nice looking storm.
So, yeah,
Whoa.
it's this
All
one
blue
northeast
off
of Sibley.
Yeah.
But,
Base is, I mean, this one's kind of more elevated. It's 4,100, so it's kind of in between, because it is in that confluence zone, right? It's between the two surface boundaries.
yeah. But, again, it just hasn't been able to, establish good surface-based characteristics.
No.
So,
It's moving.
and
It's moving pretty fast,
it's
though.
yeah,
It's
it's
moving at
moving really fast. It's almost outrunning the boundary a little bit.
the cold front. Yeah.
So, I mean, SVR had a nice hail core on it, but at least right now I'm not
Couple nice-
seeing it looking like
Yeah.
it's really quite rotating yet. But that was the one that they were, thinking could do something here.
Yeah. We'll have to see. Like I said, there's still a lot of activity going to happen tonight. So, well, supposed to be. Well, no, we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, we are. I think we're actually don't even have any. Do we have any tornado warnings still? Or we still have
That
just
one up
this
in
one up here?
Minnesota.
Yeah,
That one looks kind of battered still.
looks kind of ragged. Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
got a little bit of rotation on it, but nothing super like, wow, yeah, that thing's about to put down a tornado.
No,
So-
no.
But it's got some rotation to it.
I think the reason why is because it's really close to that triple point, and the warm advection hasn't gotten up to it yet. So it's kind of
Well, yeah, there's not nearly as good of moisture this far north as you've got
No.
down here in southeastern Minnesota and those areas. So,
once we get into May and June, then yeah, we'll have better tornadoes up there.
yeah. Wow, this whole storm cluster here is all merging together a
That
little
line.
bit. That whole
MCS
cluster.
merges.
So I think that I don't know, man. It's just not quite happening tonight, man.
No.
I mean, we're
I
getting
have a good
hail
feeling.
and we're getting wind. We're getting we've had a few tornadoes, but definitely not
Right.
quite the tornado outbreak that
I
we were
I
expecting.
think at this point they should have just made this a low and enhanced.
Yeah, I think an enhanced would have covered it pretty well. I mean, I think here in Texas, this area they covered it with the enhanced pretty good. But I think
Oh, yeah,
Minnesota would have been pretty good with enhanced. I don't know. You had that one really bad storm earlier.
Yeah, we did.
That was bad. But other than that, that's been about it. But like they say, it only takes one. So if you get one, then it makes the moderate
Well,
worth it, I guess.
We just spoke a confirmed tornado into existence. Eau Claire County, a new tornado warning that's on the ground.
There you go. Is that this one up here?
That's the one near Eau Claire, however you say it, south of Eau Claire,
Up here in Minnesota?
Wisconsin. It's on that
Wisconsin.
line. That's the northern half of that line near Eau Claire.
Oh, this guy here. Oh yeah, look at that.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That one looks pretty good.
That
Little embedded supercell.
that does look pretty good. Remember when I was looking at those yeah, there's that new tornado warning right there.
Yep.
So yeah, this is an observed tornado, folks. Here
On
in
the ground.
Eau Claire County in west central Wisconsin. 11 miles south of Altoona, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a radar confirmed tornado. Again, not a spotter confirmed tornado. This is a radar confirmed tornado. We've got that really
Supposed-
strong gate to gate shear right there.
Oh yeah.
You know?
That-
So this
nice.
is going to be coming up here probably just south of Cleghorn, somewhere here between Cleghorn over toward Allen, and then eventually making its way here. First going to cross Highway 93, and then come here toward Highway Interstate 94. So if you're in the Cleghorn or Allen areas here or along Highway 93, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time, as we do have a radar confirmed tornado at this time with this storm.
Be advised, Joey, we also have a new tornado watch as well.
New tornado watch. Oh yeah, there it is. here for Wisconsin. Speaking of Wisconsin, this is Tornado Watch 185, which includes much of north central and central Wisconsin. And this goes till 2 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Threat of tornadoes and EF2 tornadoes. They got the moderate tag on there. And severe wind high, and then moderate for 65 knot wind, hail, and 2-inch hail.
Advise new tornado watch now out for portions of Iowa.
Yeah, far northeast Iowa. They're extreme southeast Minnesota, one county, and a good swath of Wisconsin here, including this storm that we're looking at here in Eau Claire. So like, oh yeah, we've got a tornado warning. We probably should put a tornado watch out for this area. And certainly enough, that's exactly what they did.
All right, I'm back. Hello?
Hey, Rob. So yeah, we are tracking this tornado warning again, radar confirmed tornado just south of Eau Claire, approaching Highway 93. Here's Eau Claire up here to the north. Here is Cleghorn and Allen, Foster right there along Interstate 94. Pretty strong gate-to-gate shear on this storm, and this will eventually be making its way here toward Fall Creek in the town of Lincoln. So,
Yeah.
area of rotation is kind of right in there, and it is
Looking good.
kind of heading right in this direction.
Yeah. So, if you're near Brackett, you need to be in shelter for sure.
Yeah, this thing just crossed Lowe's Creek Road, and it's about to cross State Highway 93 there.
Yep.
So just north of the intersection of Willow Road and State Highway 93. It's kind of right where the tornado would be located at, basically traveling right along Willow Road here right now. Whew. And you can see, we can see these houses here. So this is definitely a dangerous situation, and some of these businesses here on Highway 93. So, yeah. Let's look at our correlation coefficient, see if we're seeing anything. Not seeing anything definitive on that right now, which is good. But yeah, this is actually likely a rain-wrapped tornado here. Kind of notched back in that line a little bit.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's embedded. It's it's not good if you're in the area, but it looks good in terms of dynamics of what we want out of an embedded supercell. So that makes me curious, Joey. We're gonna have more storms like that, where we have these embedded supercells in this MCS.
I think really in the next 1-2 hours we could see some more of them along this leading edge of the line. Yes, I'm keeping an eye on this area here south near Strum. Seeing a little bit of another area of rotation, kind of down. Just on the north side of Strum here, starting to look like it's still broad, but it definitely seems to like it's getting a little bit stronger. This could also be just some straight line winds that we're seeing, but it does look like a little bit of a maybe a little couplet area trying to form there, kind of on the northwest side of Strum. So we really have got two areas. We've got the one area there, and then we've got a much broader area in there that we're keeping an eye on. And really, both of these are kind of, yeah, there's the new radar scan. So this southern area here, Rob, could be kind of taking the lead as this northern circulation is collapsing, actually, I think is what's happening here. I think our northern circulation that initially prompted the tornado warning is weakening a bit, and we're seeing a resurgence, a new development here on the southern side of this storm, right here just north of Strum, Wisconsin. So
Copy that.
that is definitely interesting.
We'll just have to see what happens as we get into the evening here. It looks like we got some more cells to the northeast that are kind of separated from that main line. Mostly just some marginal hail.
Yeah, these here.
Yeah.
And
Main
this whole
line's
line
wide.
here now in southeast Minnesota, believe it or not, is actually looking a little bit more ragged than it had earlier. So
Yeah.
that is
Maybe-
but again, I
maybe
think
because
we'll
it's
still see some development here across it. Again, we could see any one of these cells here do exactly what's happening up there and get a little area of circulation kind of on it. So, and then put down a tornado.
I think as it taps into that better environment that we were seeing earlier on the models, we'll probably start to see more tornado warnings. And once it gets to that better environment, like we were discussing earlier.
Yeah. Kind of want to come back and look at some of these Kansas storms real quick.
Yep. They're looking pretty decent.
Yeah, this one here is looking pretty decent. That's going to put out some good wind on that.
So do you think that Kansas City will be spared of all this? I think it might go more north of it, at least this round.
Let's put this in motion. Yeah, I do think Kansas City will kind of stay out of this. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to see if there's more initiation south of that line, but yeah.
Yeah, there might be, but I don't think so. Just don't quite see it happening. This whole storm complex down here is kind of, unfortunately, all conglomerating together. Now, interestingly enough, this here is interesting. Seeing a little bit of maybe an appendage trying to form on that. Let's see if we got any sort of rotation. Yeah, there's definitely some rotation on this here, actually. Look at this, Rob. This is that Oklahoma-Texas border system.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I see that now.
So
Yeah, you got a little LP hook. Yeah, I see that.
yeah. So this could be trying to rotate here a little bit. So keep an eye. That's that same storm. It almost could just become one giant supercell.
Yep. It conglomerates like you were saying. And that's kind of what we were seeing earlier. Is like a lot of these storms are feeding in inflow and conglomerating into the supercells.
Like, what's that look like to you that I just drew out there?
Looks like a supercell.
Yeah, I'd say so. Hey, give me a second. My brother up in Minnesota's calling. We're gonna bring him on the line.
All right.
Hey JJ, we're live streaming here. Looks like everything's kind of off to your east and way up to the north there. So things looking pretty good there in Minneapolis. So yeah, you should be in the clear.
I'll call you tomorrow then.
All right, sounds good, man.
All right, bye.
All right.
Hey, JJ.
So yeah, Minneapolis, honestly, Rob, Minneapolis definitely lucked out today. I mean, they didn't even get a drop of rain, basically. So
Yeah, that's what happens. Not all areas in the moderate are going to get storms.
yeah, then everyone's like, "Oh, why did I get put under a moderate risk? I didn't even get a drop of rain." And that's what people have to understand is that just because you are in a risk area doesn't mean that you are guaranteed. It just means that the environment, if storms are to form in that area, the environment is favorable for those storms to have that level of severity to them. It never is a guarantee that that's going to happen. So we paint these broad risk areas.
Yeah.
But it could be anywhere in that risk area, that we can see these storms.
Example of this, actually.
Say that again?
I have a perfect example. January 22nd, 2017, my area was under a high risk. We didn't get a drop of rain, just some wind.
Yep. Exactly. So we've got these large areas. It's not like we can make 40 mini small risk areas.
No.
So we just
That'd be too much work.
paint these regional areas, saying in this region, there's the potential for this threat of severe weather, and then sometimes you get storms to form, and sometimes you don't. So, but honestly, Rob, I was a little bit initially I was a little bit nervous today, but then once the day got up and going, I'm like, oh, so far it's not been too bad, and thankfully it's kind of stayed that way here. I thought we'd kind of maybe see an uptick in the numbers and stuff like that here as we got into sunset and all that, but so far, honestly, it really has mellowed out. So we've got a couple tornado warnings out there, but overall the day's been much more tame than we were anticipating, which is good. We don't need a ton of severe weather and a million tornadoes.
I wouldn't call it a bust, but I would just call it not as active as we thought it would be.
Yeah. No, it's definitely not a bust. We've had tornadoes. We've
not at all.
Had a ton of hail. So but again, here's another one, that we're keeping an eye on, this radar confirmed tornado. And you can see it's sitting right back in here in this little inflow notch. So here's your little inflow notch. Dink. Well, now it just updated. Let me undo it. Here's your little inflow notch right there. That's your inflow. And then our tornado's likely sitting right along the leading edge here somewhere. Let's see how close I am when I flip over to velocity.
Right.
Oh, it's actually a little bit. Well, velocity is actually a little bit further south, but might be in that area.
I'm shocked that Storm Prediction Center has no tornado reports still.
Yeah. Hey, we're about to actually here in 5 minutes. We're gonna get our new Day 1 outlook from the Storm Prediction Center.
Copy that.
I think that they will end up dropping the moderate risk. Yeah. I think they'll drop it down to an enhanced. I think they'll leave the enhanced through the evening, but
if it is still moderate, probably a very small area.
Yeah, it'll probably be a moderate risk for a little section of basically where that new tornado watch is. Far western Wisconsin into northeast Iowa. So that's my thinking. Let me actually draw this out.
I think the southern enhanced will stay the same. Probably be a little smaller because
I think if they kept it moderate, this is the area that they're going to keep. I think it will basically go from here down to here.
Yeah, that looks about right.
I think that's the area that they may keep. I don't know if they're
No,
going
we're
to keep
not
it all the way
saying-
down here to Waterloo. I mean, maybe they kind of keep the southern portion,
Maybe.
but yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see what they do. We'll see what they do. We are now about 4 minutes away from that new convective outlook coming out. But yeah, storm reports today, 12 wind reports, 68 hail reports for a combined total of 80. That's it. And
Wow.
0
That's
tornado reports. So,
And honestly, kind of glad because like I feel like we just had a lot of severe weather this last week, you know. So
yeah, I'm honestly kind of glad too because that means I don't have to stay up till midnight
Yeah.
tracking all these tornadoes and stuff like that
No.
tonight too.
right.
I mean, I love what we do here at Extreme Weather Videos and when we
Yeah.
get to do these live streams. Keeping people safe and informed and getting to be with all of you guys and stuff like that. And seeing our storm chasers out there, Nick, huge shout out to Nick getting out there today.
Yeah,
I
agree.
glad he is able to get out and that he's a part of our team. That's definitely great. Speaking of, let's see if he ever caught back up to the storm down here. Or if he's still south of it. I think he's still south of it. Oh, he's still on the road.
Do you think tomorrow might still stay enhanced?
Yeah, I do think tomorrow will still stay enhanced. I do.
Yeah, the northern.
Yeah. I mean, I think the New York and Ohio portion will be a little iffy, kind of like today.
Yeah,
But I do think that they'll
think
still. I do think they'll still keep it. I just
think
think it
Texas will
might be a little bit more scattered than
yeah, right.
than what we're thinking. I mean, this whole storm
Possible.
complex is just so broad.
Yeah,
The low pressure system really kind
Yeah, I
of
think,
changed things a
go-
little bit.
I think going in, they knew this was gonna be conditional all the way, just because of how high that low came down, you know. So
Yeah, I mean it's moving all the way up into Canada here for crying out loud.
Yeah.
So
kind of early in the year for that, so I can see why it's more conditional.
yeah. Well, Nick's got a nice view of that storm there.
I think Michigan's gonna get nice hail, like decent, like 1 inch hail, you know, pea size, dime size. But I think that's about it for the UP.
Yeah.
Maybe some wind, some nice 60-mile-an-hour wind. And that's usually when you have early setups for these areas, the biggest risk is always gonna be embedded supercell MCS.
Yep.
It's not until June when you have like these MCV type setups where you have, you know, tornadoes, discrete, you know, like that.
Yeah.
So
Well, Nick Smiko's streams. He's got this good view here on this storm. Now,
Texas got, wow, look how big that cluster got. That is a big supercell.
yep. I'm trying to figure. I think he's still on the south side of it. I'm trying to. Let me get back here. Let's flip back over to Frederick. I don't know what he's looking at. What storm he's looking at.
We got a new Medscale discussion.
Yeah,
for
I saw that.
stuff up.
For Kansas and Northwest Missouri.
It's continuing. Scarce supercells develop oriented along corridor from St. Louis, St. Joseph.
Yeah,
Salina,
St. Joseph, Missouri.
Salina, not St. Louis. Strongly shared environment, 0 to 6 kilometer. Weak capping persists. Okay. Very steep lapse rate. So the hail risk is going to be decent, but the capping might keep it from tornado outbreak.
Yeah.
So yeah. When you have steep lapse rates but a weak to moderate cap, that means it's just going to be a very conditional tornado risk and mostly wind and hail.
Yeah. And they're saying that the primary low-level jet is going to focus across northern Illinois up into the eastern UP of Michigan. So
Yeah. Yeah. Northern Moat kind of had a weird day today.
Yeah. I mean, overall, it's just been a different kind of day than what you normally think
Yeah.
of, but it's all good.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being on here with me this afternoon and evening, Rob. Getting to do this live stream here. I want to check in on our supercell up here again. Yeah, you can see our little notch has moved farther northeast on this storm. Let's clear that out. It is now here. And let's check our velocities.
Looks like they extended that tornado watch parts of Missouri, I think. My friend from Kansas City just said there's a tornado watch now.
Yeah,
Let me check.
they added a
Okay.
few counties to it.
That makes sense.
Yep.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. I've seen a little bit of rotation on this storm down here. South of Quanah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They actually are.
Look at that.
I don't know why. I don't know if Nick Smigo is Beacon's not updating, but I think he's on that storm.
Yeah. You know, if Dan did chase, he probably get a nice view of like some shelf clouds up there.
Oh yeah,
There.
up there in
Definitely nice
Wisconsin, yeah.
Usually with embedded supercells, you get really nice shelf and roll clouds.
So he is in Quanah. So yeah, Nick Smigo's on that storm. Looking at that, there was that little area of rotation I was seeing, and you could see it there
Yeah.
briefly on his stream.
oh,
Almost
did
right
you
in
hear-
right in this
Sorry.
area here.
yeah. Did you hear about the anticyclonic? tornado
Yes, I
yesterday, the
did
other
see
day?
that. That was pretty cool. You do not only
Yeah.
less than 1% of tornadoes are actually anticyclonic. So
And we actually had one last year that was in Loveland, Oklahoma. I remember that very. Ooh, I just heard thunder outside.
nice.
Here it comes.
So yeah, he is on that storm. His beacon's just not updating. Check back in
Oh,
with here in a
my
second.
radar.
Let's see what you got going on down here, Rob. Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
look at that. Just east of
Off to
Brandon,
my
man.
west.
Yeah. Nice little storm there. Very nice. Water all the grass.
Yeah, exactly. Need the water, man. It's
All right,
been
let's
so
keep an
dry
eye here on Nick Smigo's stream here. He's here on the side of the road. It has had some rotation to it, and again, this is what they were saying here that there could be that tornado threat that develops here.
Yeah. I'm so glad we have rain here. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's something.
Yeah.
Nice little outflow boundary just to my north. See that? It's like a little inflow, outflow boundary. I call it a outflow, inflow. Weird.
Yeah. Let me add. What am I draw doc? Interesting. You can kind of see on his stream here. There's like this little bowl shaped feature there. You see that?
Yeah, look at that.
So it's trying to rotate. I mean, when you look at the when we look at the velocities on it, I am seeing some rotation on that storm there. So it's trying to almost develop a little bit of a wall cloud.
Yeah.
It looks like.
Oh yeah. Yep. Oh, we got some more tornado warnings in Wisconsin now.
I might have a tornado
More.
warning down here in Texas in a little bit. We'll have to
Yeah.
see.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna read this out and I'll be right back.
Looks like maybe they had some hail that moved through there earlier. You can see it on the road.
Oh yeah, look at that. Wow. Oh, you still there?
Yep. Yeah, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I was right. I said, what if this line in Wisconsin got some storms going, and now it's looking like it is, so we'll see. A lot of these storms that are in Florida look like they're just like rain shield. They're not like severe. So, that kind
Yeah.
of sucks, but that's okay. More rain shield.
There's a little bit of
Okay.
loose rotation here, just kind of southeast of Quanah.
Yeah, I see that.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right. Let's come back up here to our Wisconsin storm real quick. Take a look again at tornado warning. Yeah, there's still some rotation, but definitely has broadened out quite a bit here. Seen a couple different pockets, but nothing that's super jumping out to me on this. It's gotten a lot more broad, which is good. Not really seeing anything else either. So there's that new tornado warning here. This is that area, kind of now almost trying to develop east of Augusta. A new area of rotation trying to develop there. This was the old area up here north of Augusta. That's kind of falling apart now. And now here east of Augusta, seeing a new area of rotation. So got a couple different areas of interest on this, which I can see why they would put out a another tornado warning. We've got really that area, and then this was the original area, kind of up here south of Wilson. But yeah, it's definitely gotten a lot more disorganized. Almost split into two, like I said, like two different little areas of rotation there. On that one east of Augusta and another little one south of Wilson. So this new tornado warning here, this is again, this storm does have a history of producing tornadoes in Eau Claire County, which we already are aware of. Radar indicator rotation, this is for northwestern Clark County there in central Wisconsin. This goes till 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is located over Augusta, 20 miles southeast of Eau Claire, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So again, this area now east of Augusta is the new area to watch. Just keep an eye on that. Let's come back down here into Texas. Check on our storm system down here. This is starting to look rather healthy as far as rotation goes. Let's find Nick. His beacon is obviously not updated, but he is on that storm. Yeah, he's up there near Quanah, Texas. Couple different areas. See if that'll try and develop. I mean, it's trying to. Keep an eye on that.
Oh, we got
little storm
wow.
cluster. Welcome
We
back,
got
Rob.
3 Tor R's right now.
Yeah, I was just looking at this one up here that they
confirmed
just
tornadoes.
reissued up here. We were just looking at it. It has they put that new one out. There's this area kind of east of Augusta that
George? No, I'm joking.
that is kind of the primary area. It was up here near Wilson. If you play this back, you can actually see it's almost like the area rotation kind of split into
Oh, we
like
got
2 little
two now.
areas there.
Yeah, I see that now.
So
Copy that. I'm gonna post this in the Discord so everybody can see. Just the warning text,
yeah.
because I want people to know. Yeah. So it looks like things are ramping up here on this line. So that's good to know that it's doing something. But
Yeah, that's what we
Everybody
talked about. I mean, I feel like it's got another maybe hour of really good environment. So, starting to put these severe thunderstorm warnings out. I feel kind of bad for like Jennifer McMahon. You know, she's out here near Charles City and hasn't really
Yeah,
seen
yeah.
anything. This line's moved.
that whole cluster in Texas is just messy, very ragged.
Yeah. And even the
Very
stuff
ragged.
here in southeastern Minnesota, I mean, we're honestly not seeing as much as I thought, on this line. We thought these were all just going to be like supercells, line embedded supercells, but really it's just this one storm in the north right now, and the rest of the line's kind of mediocre. So. But
Yeah.
that's pretty
Yeah,
much
copy that.
pretty much the night there.
Yep. We got 7 SVRs and 2 confirmed tornado warnings.
Yeah. I'm probably going to end the live stream here in a little bit. We've already been live for over 4 hours.
Wow, it's been that long.
Yeah. Our longest live stream yet.
Well, at least we covered all bases.
Yeah, I mean, we hit all the areas, so.
That's a good thing. I'll probably be on here just monitoring the rest of the night.
Yeah, I'll kind of keep
Around
an eye
midnight.
on things, but I got to start getting some stuff ready for tomorrow and all that, so. But thanks, Rob, for being on here with me tonight, sir.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Covering all this
Had a good
with
time.
us. Thankfully, things are not nearly as intense as we thought
Nice.
they would be, which
Nice.
is good.
Got a little outflow boundary there, right near Winona.
Yeah, you could see it there on the velocities. You can see
Look at
this
that.
little boundary there.
Outflow boundary.
Little gust front out ahead of that
Yep.
line. So,
Sure.
all right.
Yeah, I think tomorrow they said my area is going to get better storm coverage for me.
Yeah.
Supposed to be. I don't know if it actually is. Yeah, we've been having this high pressure really sitting like really over the Gulf, like southeast Gulf, over my area.
Yeah.
Been very dry. Very dry. We're actually in moderate drought right now.
Wow. Hopefully we'll get some
Like a flash.
rain.
Yeah, hopefully. You guys have been dry too, eh?
We had been, and then we gotten about 3 inches of rain in the last week. So we had a couple days of some pretty good rain, but we're expecting another dry week here this week. So
Yeah,
sounds
copy
good.
that.
All
Yeah,
right,
they
Rob. Well,
actually, one more thing for log off. They actually said on the I don't know if you have weather-wise up, but on the 6 to 10 day precipitation outlook, I think it said we're in the green there. I'm not sure if that's changed, but I know it said that for a while. So
precipitation.
yeah, it looks like we're in the second tier of green.
Yeah. Down there.
You guys are.
We're dry. We're dry.
Yeah.
3 to 4,
Actually,
we get
that's kind of
some rains.
Kind of a good thing. Like, especially Kentucky and Tennessee, they've been like hit with a lot of rain beginning of this month. You remember
Yeah.
that? So that's kind of a good thing. For them.
Yeah. Exactly.
But
Getting dry out a little bit.
Oklahoma, Vegas is above normal. That's, you don't see that a lot.
Yep.
And then for temperature, we're actually under average for temperatures going into May. That's not something you see every day.
Yeah. Where you guys are at. Yeah. I mean, down in South Florida, below average, 6 to 10 day. Really hot up here in Minnesota, though.
Oh yeah.
And
look
the 8
at
to 14
Arizona.
day. Yeah.
Arizona way below average.
Yep.
It's kind of a good thing though. It gets hot over there, so if you like cooler weather, yeah, there you go.
Yep. I mean, even the 3 to 4 week it hasn't been too bad here so far. Like we haven't even hit 90 yet, which is good.
Yeah.
I mean, we're slowly climbing up, but overall, it's not like burning up hot, so that's good.
Even 8 to 14 we're under average, so it's gonna be a nice start to May, a nice start to maybe Mother's Day, nice weather.
Yeah. I think our first few days of May will be decent, but then once we get close to the middle of May, it'll really start warming up for us
Yeah.
here
we'll
in
be out
Georgia.
of the 90. Yeah, we'll be in the 80s every day next week, which is pretty good compared to what we usually are. We're usually in the low 90s every day this time of year,
Yep.
so we'll take it.
Yes, sir, we will. So we'll probably do another live stream tomorrow, possibly with some of the severe weather that we've got on that we're expecting across. Let me pull this up here so you guys kind of get to see what we're looking at. So this is kind of what we covered today, and then tomorrow we'll be talking New York, Pennsylvania, down to Ohio, and then again back into Texas and Oklahoma. So we'll probably be covering some more live stream down there tomorrow. And then as we get into Wednesday, just a slight risk on Wednesday down in southeast Oklahoma into the Texarkana area. So we'll see what happens there. But probably end up doing a live stream tomorrow, possibly one on Wednesday, but probably not on Wednesday. But yeah, thanks Rob so much for joining me tonight. And folks out there, thank you for watching. Thank you for your support of Extreme Weather videos and all that we're doing here. And be sure to subscribe to our channel. Check us out on Facebook. We'd love to have you connect with us on our Discord community. Links all of that is in the description here on the video. And we'll catch you guys on our next live stream. So thanks for watching, everyone. Stay safe.
Copy that. Yeah.
And Rob will catch up with you tomorrow night, sir.
Yes, sir. I'll be here.
All right, y'all. Have a great one. We'll see you on the next video.
Take care, everybody. Stay safe.